This is all about love. It's about our health. It's about our community.
Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He has trampled out the vision where the lightning and swift sword. He has loosed the faithful lightning of its terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
I just want to say I love you.
We're out here downtown today celebrating the completion of 4 projects that were voted on during our Downtown Decides participatory budgeting process. And we're riding a bike from one location to the other to do a ribbon cutting at each of the 4 transportation projects. Some of the projects we're celebrating today are new bike lanes in the Central Business District, the painting of an island in the middle of the road yellow so people can see it, and some new trash cans in the Sweet Auburn corridor. This is the direct result of citizens participating in this program. This is the first time we've done participatory budgeting in Atlanta, and it puts the power directly in people's hands on how tax dollars are spent, and we're just thrilled with the response and the success of the program so far.
Chastain Park is the largest park in the city of Atlanta. This is the last piece of the Chastain Park path, and it's taken over 25 years since it began, and we are here at a groundbreaking to celebrate this last piece getting ready to start. You know, the phrase, it takes a village. Well, it certainly takes a village here. There have been lots and lots of organizations who have helped make this happen. I think there are over 500,000 people and probably about 250,000 dogs that use the path each year. It's an asset that is used by many, many people, from young people walking along to people on bikes to people running and exercising and folks coming after work to enjoy a stroll in the park. And the path has really been a catalyst for revitalizing the park, and so lots of park partners here today with NYO and the horse park and the pool, and it's a wonderful time to celebrate together.
The Atlanta City Council adopts a resolution urging Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms' administration, the Fulton County Commission and Chairman Rob Pitts, and Fulton County Sheriff Patrick Labatt to conclude their negotiations concerning the proposed letter of intent outlining how the City of Atlanta could temporarily utilize the Atlanta City Detention Center as a location to provide additional programs and services in collaboration with Fulton County and other partners by no later than May 31st, 2021. The legislation states that if there is no conclusion to the negotiations by May 31st of this year, An Atlanta-Fulton County Joint Committee will be established to assess and provide recommendations regarding justice reforms. The council approves 2 legislative items that will activate 4 sites of public land for use as affordable housing. 3 of the properties are lots slated for development as single-family properties, and 1 is a 0.9-acre lot across from Atlanta City Hall to be developed as mixed-use infill housing in conjunction with Invest Atlanta. The council greenlights an ordinance amending the city's charter to designate the 2 youth-serving organizations that will each appoint a member between 18 to 30 years old to serve on the Atlanta Citizens Review Board. As a charter change, 3 readings are required to adopt the ordinance. This is the final adoption in full council. The Atlanta City Council says yes to an ordinance amending Section 130-82B of the Atlanta Code of Ordinances related to a waiver of the $88 fee for recycling services so that seniors aged 65 or older earning less than $25,760 of income are eligible for an exemption of the fee. The council greenlights an ordinance ratifying the mayor's executive order allowing outdoor gatherings of up to 9,999 persons that are in accordance with permits issued by the city if the gatherings occur in compliance with the COVID-19 mitigation requirements set forth in the COVID-19 Special Events Permit Overlay. For more recently approved legislation, please visit our website, citycouncil.atlantaga.gov. This has been your Atlanta City Council Legislative Minute.
We're here today at the Maggie Russell Tower to help to provide, along with our partners GenCare and their Executive Director, Councilwoman Carmelita Gum from South Fulton, 80 COVID-19 vaccines for seniors who are here in the building. There are over 400 residences in the Maggie Russell high-rise, but there are about 80 folks who had not received their COVID-19 vaccines. So a lot of the seniors, aren't mobile, meaning they may not have a car or access to transportation, to help them to get vaccinated, to protect them and others who already have been vaccinated in the building from the scourge of COVID-19. It is still important to adhere to the CDC guidelines so that we can beat this pandemic. We are so close to the end of it. Millions of adult Americans have been vaccinated, but we need every American to step up, get a shot in the arm because it protects yourself, it protects others, it protects our community. The city of Atlanta is still in phase 2. We would like to open up. We can't do so until we have the results in the broader community that our infection rate is beneath 5%, that people are still wearing masks and socially distancing, that everybody is getting vaccinated. The more we do that, the quicker we can go back to normal.
We're here today at the Freedom Parkway Dog Park to celebrate some work that T-Splosh and Renew Dollars did in the park to mitigate a long-time erosion problems we were having. And we're here out on a Saturday morning with the neighborhood. Look, we build these dog parks for dogs, and then you quickly realize if you're a dog owner and you bring your dog to a dog park, that we also build these dog parks for humans because they're really a community focal point. You make new friends, you have great conversations, you have moments of solitude and reflection, and they're really special places with man's best friend. Wherever you live in the city, visit your local dog park, take care of it. It's a really beautiful community space, and it's a place that brings people together. And if you're over here on the east side, come by the Freedom Parkway Dog Park. We'd love to see you.
Hello.
Good
Good
afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon. This is Councilmember Shepherd. It is 2 o'clock, and we will officially call the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to order. We will begin with Ms. Lindo to do a roll call. Ms. Lindo, would you do a roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Councilmember Justin Hillis.
Present.
Councilmember Carla Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Amir Faroki.
Here.
Councilmember Andrea O'Boone. Councilmember Boone. Councilmember Winslow. Councilmember Bond. Madam Chair, we do have a quorum.
Andrea Boone is present.
Council President Moore is here as well.
Thank you. So we're only missing right now at this point is Ms. Winslow and Mr. Bond, but everybody else is present. Okay. Thank you so much. We will now move and welcome President Moore. So we will move forward with our remote meeting statement. Ms. Lindo, could you read that, please?
Yes. Good afternoon. Today's Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee meeting will be conducted remotely as advertised and in accordance with Georgia Code Section 50-14-1. The meeting will be conducted in conformance with Robert Rules of Order and the Rules of Council as authorized by the City Code. The public may access the meeting conference bridge toll-free by dialing 877-579-6743 and entering conference ID number 831-599-1256. This information was also provided on the Friday, May 7, 2021 public meeting notice. The public may also view the meeting on Channel 26, the Council's homepage at citycouncil.atlanta.ga.gov, Facebook and Twitter pages at ATL Council, and the Council's YouTube channel. All presentations are available on the Atlanta City Council website on the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee presentations page. Today's meeting agenda was also published and made available on Friday, May 7th via the city's website at atlantacityga.iqm2.com. In addition, the public is able to submit comments via voicemail at 404-330-6022 yesterday between the hours of 4 and 7 p.m. These comments will be played during the public comment portion of this meeting. All persons present on the remote council meeting conference bridge are requested to mute your phones and speakers. Meeting participants wishing to speak must be acknowledged by the committee chair. Amendments, substitutes, presentations, and informational documents have been distributed to the committee members beforehand. Thank you all in advance for your cooperation.
Thank you, Ms. Lindo. So we'll now move to the adoption of the agenda. We're going to accept the motion is to accept the agenda as presented. Is there a second?
Second, Smith.
I think I heard Ms. Smith first, so we're ready for the vote. Ms. Lindo.
The vote is open, Madam Chair.
Please vote. Ms. Boone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Are you, Ms. Boone, are you on the system, by the way, or are you just voting remotely? I mean, by voice.
I am on the system.
Okay, great. All right, Ms. Winslow, are you there? Mr. Bond, are you there? Not hearing from Ms. Winslow. Mr. Bond, we will move forward with 5 yeas. The motion carries. We're now at the approval of the minutes. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes. Is there a second?
Second, Hillis.
Been a motion by a second by Mr. Hillis, motion by myself. We're ready for the vote.
The vote is open, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Everyone, please vote.
Ms. Winslow, are you there? Or Mr. Bond?
The vote is closed. 5 yeas, 0 nays, Madam Chair. The meeting minutes have been approved.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, Councilmember Bond is waiting to be let in on the system.
Okay, can you go ahead and let him in? We'll just go ahead with the vote, but can you all go ahead and make sure Mr. Bond comes in, please? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bowles. All right, we're now at public comments. I think we have 3 comments, so Ms. Lindo, we're ready for our public comments. Thank you.
I am Brother Anthony Muhammad, a soulful spiritual being and a human experience, not one who believes in religion anymore. And I ask the public safety committee to hear my words. And Chairman, we have ordinances that the legislators of the City of Atlanta administration
I am available.
The City of Atlanta has voted you members in. And you members of the Peace Board is appointed a position, and you members of the hierarchy of the Peace Force also has been appointed by the mayor. Now, when you have violations of the ordinance that are continuing to be violated, you're supposed to work on behalf of the people that put you in position of authority. What is the etymology of the word police? My recognition that police started with the plantation owners. They wanted to find someone that had left their property. They had someone to go and find that person for them. And eventually, it became known as the police. But in America, which is the corporation, in which members of the Constitution have been told that the 14th Amendment, Section 1981, specifies that American descendants of slaves, ex-slaves, are to be given the same rights that the Caucasian are given in business and in contract. We own houses in Atlanta. I asked almost a year and a half during the pandemic, and the neighbor next door of my community have asked for someone to speak on her behalf to get the neighbor to correct a problem with a sewer. I talked about it for a year and a half. I brought up this issue to your department as well as to the mayor, as well as to my city councilwoman, Ms. Overstreet. Now let's be legalistically recognizing the conduct of the law office. How is it that we can have a person that you can have literally residue coming up out of the ground, the residue of the sewer coming up out of the ground, and you see it. You have people from the city, Public Works come out to take pictures, and as of the day, May the 10th, 2021, no one did anything on behalf of this senior. So I asked.
Hearing on the Spirit of our Lord Jesus Christ, my name is Unlee Jordan. They shall put you out of the synagogue. Yea, the time cometh that whosoever killeth you will think he doeth God's service. John 16, chapter 2nd verse. Stephen's prayer demonstrates that he was speaking the truth in love, not in malice. That Montgomery, when you seek to kill me, then you ask to kill yourself. Thus says the Lord, cursed be the man that serveth a man, and make his flesh his arm, and whose heart departed from the Lord. Jeremiah 17, chapter 5th verse. He observes that they stay or lean on horses and trust in chariots, rather than God, who is a spirit. I told you before, if you trust in my flesh, the work Jesus has done before will not be done. Go to now, you weak men, weep and howl, for your misery that shall come upon you. James 5th chapter 1st verse. They have mistreated the poor, so God's judgment will fall on them. Woe to them that decree unrighteous decrees, and that right religiousness which they have prescribed. Isaiah 10 chapter 1st verse. A prophetic woe is pronounced against those administrators who prefer justice. When you mistreat the homeless, God want to use them for saving them and throw them in the line. They are business plans and working against God's plan for your life, for your protection, through the power of our Lord Jesus Christ. Obey Jesus and be Christ like men and women. You never know who God will use to help you. Obey Jesus and be Christ like men and women.
Greetings to you, council members and staff. A special greetings to you, citizens and voters of Atlanta, monitoring your government in action between now and Tuesday, November 2nd. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. The NCUR-9 continues to maintain control of Neighborhood Planning Unit R by ensuring that stakeholder attendance hovers around 0.1% of the 20,000 residents and stakeholders within that NCU. The scheme seems to be make sure those 20,000 residents and stakeholders do not get notified of meetings and are kept in the dark about matters to be placed on the monthly agendas. Not being notified, along with other things like this, are those senior citizens who have gone to NCUR meetings and have been thwarted in their attempts to be placed on the NCUR agenda. The NCUR-9 has been asked to stop discriminating against residents of multifamily facilities within Neighborhood Planning Unit R. They have been asked to reach out to the disabled community and to those who have limited access to technology. Such exclusion denies residents and stakeholders the right to have a say in such matters as how and where those new security cameras given to the District 11 councilperson will be distributed, or how and where the decision was made to favor Alfred White in the distribution of community planning funds, or how and where the money was distributed from Renette L. Scott's so-called CANIT program. I say again, let the people participate, like Chair Antonita Robinson, Carlos Blair, Ricardo Jacobs, Alfred White, Renette L. Scott, Allison Hathaway, Sherry Williams, Cheryl Brown, and you NCUR-9 cohort supporters and enablers. Let the people participate.
That concludes the public comments, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. And we've been joined by Mr. Bond, Michael Bond, so he's now on the call also. We will now move to communications. Ms. Lindo, could you sound the first legislation, please, upon the communications?
Yes, Madam
And
Chair.
Madam Chair, this is Councilmember Winslow. I'm also here as well.
Okay, well, thank you. So now we have the full quorum, the full committee here, Ms. Lindo, Ms. Winslow, and Mr. Bond. Thank you. Sound the first piece of communication.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's 21C0048. A communication from Council members Natlon M. Archibong, District 5, Jennifer N. I, District 6, Howard Shook, District 7, J.P. Mazikite, District 8, and Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large, appointing Ms. Nancy Blywise to serve as a member of Alcohol Technical Advisory Group, ATAC 3. Ms. Blywise is on the line, Madam Chair.
All right. Please come forth and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Council Representatives. This is Nancy Blywise. I very much appreciate the nomination, and I'm looking forward to serve.
Thank you. Mr. Bond, did you have any comments?
Well, I'd like to move approval of this, but when we're finished, I'd like to speak to a matter.
Okay. All right. Ms. Blywise.
Second, Winslow.
Thank you. Ms. Blywise, could you just briefly give us a little, for the audience, for people who are listening, just a little information about who you are and why you want to serve?
Yes, I'm delighted to. I live in the Pine Hills area, have been a resident of the city of Atlanta for about 30 years now. I have been very active in my community, serving for a long while as the president of the Pine Hills Neighborhood Association, and have been a member of NPUB, and probably for about 10 to 15 years, I'm not sure how many, and am currently serving as the chair. I think it's the neighborhood involvement, communicating with the residents, and continually trying to make Atlanta better by looking at its codes and doing revisions through stakeholder input, that we get better as a city. And I'm very excited about the ATAG 3 advisory group and hopefully moving that element of our city forward.
Thank you so much. So we have a motion and a second to approve. Ms. Lindo, we're ready for the vote. Thank you. The motion passed. 7 yeas. So the motion passes. Ms. Wawa, we want to thank you for volunteering to serve, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Lindo, can you sound item number 2 for the communications, please? I'm sorry, Mr. Bond, I'm sorry. Did you want to make a comment now? Mr. Bond?
Well, yes, Madam Chair. I just wanted to mention our former colleague and former chair of this committee, the Honorable C.T. Martin, who passed over the weekend. I just wanted to ask if we could take a moment of silence in recognition of his passing and his work on the City Council and on the Public Safety Committee for the years. I can't recall how often he chaired the committee, but it was several times in my experience going back to the 1990s.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. You know, that was my mistake for not recognizing the fact that he did chair. I remember very specifically he chaired the several public safety committee meetings on a regular basis. And so thank you for that acknowledgement. So we will have a moment of silence at this point. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Councilmember Boone. I also want to give thanks to the late Honorable C.T. Martin for everything that he did for the members and residents of the 10th Council District, and the mark that he made on my life personally, my career and my life. I met him through my late uncle and my father, the late Reverend Joseph E. Boone. And the mark that he made on my life is incredible. So thank you all for remembering him today, because public safety was Councilor Martin's top priority. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Boone. I feel like you're like the second daughter to him, because you didn't talk about the fact that how many years did you work for Mr. Martin?
I actually worked for him 20 years and then went on to run the mayor's office of constituent services for 8 years. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate you. So can we have a moment of silence, please?
Chairman.
Okay, Ms. Winslow.
Shepherd, yeah, just real quickly. And I just want to say that Andrea Boone really took a lot of care with Councilmember Martin. I don't think people really realize that. I mean, she saw about this man day and night while he was, after he left the council and probably before, and just did a whole lot for him and did it with love and dedication. And so, so many of us, really, he mentored us
in a lot of ways, and he just cared about people. And I feel fortunate that I had an opportunity to be able to be across the hall from him for so many years, but to also know that he did so much for the youth in the city of Atlanta. He used to have a youth event at, I forget what the park was out in his area off of Baker's Ferry Road.
Wilson Mill.
Wilson Mill, right, but had a huge event for young people to make sure that that they knew that the community cared, that the city of Atlanta cared, that that elected officials cared about them, and I think that kept down a lot of tension, and kept down. It just let young people know that, you know, this is the right way to go. We don't have to break into cars. We don't have to do the negative things, because there are people in our communities and downtown that really care. So he did so much for the city of Atlanta, and we were so grateful just to be able to be around him and just to watch him. So thank you. And thank you, Andrea. You did a great job. Okay? Great job with him.
And Councilmember Winslow, he was so happy to be a social worker. I know you were proud.
Yep. Yep. We graduated from Clark Atlanta University School of Social Work. Yep. That was our connection. So thank you. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That was beautiful. Did anyone else have comments, Mr. Bond, and anyone else?
Just quickly, Madam Chair, when you look at the experience that Councilmember Martin brought to the role of council member when he was elected in 1990, he also, in the vein of being a social worker, he organized District 10, and people often forget it was Citizens on Patrol, where they organized and they were dealing with some issues in crime. He organized the community block by block to be the eyes and ears on the street to aid our public safety folks in patrolling the community and keeping crime down. And I also want to compliment my friend, Councilwoman Boone, because she did do a yeoman's job in looking after Councilmember Martin in his retirement, literally being there every day. People don't realize, and that is something in and of itself, that they could work together that long and still be that close after all that time. But they had a wonderful bond together. They served the citizens, not just in District 10, but, you know, around the city. Councilman Martin was involved in everything. He was often asked for his counsel by many elected officials and would-be elected officials and many people in the business community. You know, he had, I believe, Martin Manor, the apartments out there in District 10 were named for him. And when we were renaming the Adamsville Recreation Center in his honor, you know, normally a lot of these renamings or name designations receive, you know, some degree of controversy. No dissenting word in the community. You know, people were more like, you know, it's about time that something bears his name. And so that's just a testament to his service.
Well, thank you. I don't know, and I'm going to, again, we're going to have a moment of silence. Ms. Boone, by chance, do you have any information yet on his service, his memorial service, or his homecoming?
We do not have information today, but we will be meeting with Willie Watkins today, and we'll have more information tomorrow.
So he's at Willie Watkins. Okay.
Willie A. Watkins, Tabernacle.
Okay. Thank you. Let us bow our heads in a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Ms. Linda, can we now sound item number 2?
Yes, Madam Chair. This is communication 21C0049. This is communication from council members Natwan Archibong, District 5, Jennifer and I, District 6, Howard Shook, District 7, J.P. Mazakai, District 8, and Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large, appointing Ms. Jane Rawlings to serve as a member of the Alcohol Technical Advisory Group, ATAG 3. And I believe Ms. Rawlings is on the call.
Ms. Rawlings, are you there? And if so, please come forth and announce, talk to us about who you are, announce yourself, and let us know why you want to serve.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much for having me this afternoon. My name is Jane Rawlings, and I live in the Linridge Martin Manor neighborhood and currently serve as a board member. And in addition, I am the current alcohol licensing and permits chair for NPUS and have held this position for approximately 5 years now. And in that role, I've had much interaction with the alcohol licensing process. I'm a strong believer in democracy with a little d, and believe that a variety of voices and input from the community leads to better policy. And so I am honored and humbled to have been selected and look forward to serving in this capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rawlings. Are there questions for my colleagues?
Move approval.
All right, there's a motion to approve.
Second, Winslow.
And a second by Ms. Winslow. Ms. Lindo, we're ready for the vote. All right, the motion carries 7 in favor. Thank you all. And thank you, Ms. Rawlings, for volunteering to serve. We look forward to working with you.
And thank you all very much, and thank you for your service to the city.
Thank you. We're now moved to item just coming off of the Hell agenda, item number 25. Ms. Lindo, we want to go ahead and sound that. That's up on the communications also. Ms. Lindo? Can you all hear me? Hello?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry. Madam Chair, we're going to Hell. Did you want to do the performance audit regarding the police hiring?
We can do the performance audit, and then you want to come back to 25. Is that what you prefer doing?
I think that may work, Madam Chair.
Okay, we'll hold 25 until after that, because that's number 25 is also the audit from before. So you just want to bring that paper forth and file it, or what are we doing with that paper?
Yes, you will bring that forward. You can bring both of them forward after you occurred the presentation of this item, if that's your desire.
Okay. All right. We'll go ahead with item number 3. Go ahead.
That's 21C0050. This is communications from W. Daniel Eberskole, Vice Chair, Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report, police hiring practice. And we have Ms. Noble presenting and her staff.
Good afternoon. My name is Dwayne Braithwaite. I'm one of the members of the performance auditing team that conducted the police hiring practices. I'll be presenting today. The city council.
Can we wait? I want to make sure, do we have a presentation, Ms. Lindo? Did we send that out? Does everybody have a presentation? Was it a part of
that was? Yes, Madam Chair. That was sent out Friday evening, and then I sent another copy this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So, good afternoon, City Council and citizens of Atlanta. The City Council expressed interest in a performance audit of the hiring process, and our
August 2020 audit of the city's hiring process excluded public safety because the processes are different. Recent civil unrest has highlighted what the media refers to as a crisis in police hiring and retention across the country. Next slide, please. This report addresses the following objectives. Are police hiring processes for recruits and sworn officers consistent with benchmarks for law enforcement agencies? Are police following recruitment, background, training, and hiring procedures for their recruits and sworn officers? And how do police hiring practices address community concerns? The scope of this audit was we reviewed departmental procedures and hiring data from calendar years 2017 to September 2020. Our audit methods included interviewing human resources, human resource information systems, and police to determine departmental practices, analyzing data of new hires and terminations from January 2017 to November 2020 to analyze attrition, reviewing police recruitment policies and procedures, relevant media articles, best practices, Georgia Police Officer Standard Training, and Atlanta Citizen Review Board's policies. Also, we conducted a review of a sample of police hires to examine whether police followed and documented its hiring processes, tracing applicants through the recruitment process data from January 2019 to November 2020 to identify stages in the process in which officers became disqualified, and finally reviewing laws and regulations related to police recruitment and hiring. Next slide, please. The Bureau of Labor Statistics projects that employment of police and detectives will grow 5% from 2019 to 2029, faster than the average for all occupations. Despite these demands, agencies are facing difficulty in recruiting and hiring police officers. The profession is facing a workforce crisis, with few people applying to become police officers and more people leaving the job, often after only a few years. In 3 of the past 4 years, separations exceeded hires for Atlanta police officers. A member survey conducted in 2019 by the International Association of Police Chiefs state that the challenge of recruiting officers is widespread and affects agencies of all types, sizes, and locations across the country. The survey found that the difficulty in recruiting officers is due to multiple social, political, and economic reasons. Civil unrest resulting from the use of force incidents has led to officer turnover in the department. The COVID-19 pandemic has further complicated the recruitment. According to the department, the pandemic has slowed hiring by extending the process for completing applicant background checks because the department relies on external agencies to provide information. Social distancing requirements also limit the number of new officers entering the police academy. Next slide, please. Although the police department works with the city's human resource department to advertise positions, review applications, enter positions into Oracle, and assist in onboarding officers, police employees handle much of the applicant processing independently of human resource. In other city departments, applicants' background checks are managed by human resources. Police applicants' screening process is also more comprehensive than the process the city uses to screen other employees. The Background and Recruitment Unit manages the recruitment and hiring process. The unit is located within the Corporate Services section, which is under the Support Services Division within the Police Department. The recruitment process starts with a requisition after the applicant applies in Taleo, completes a waiver packet, undergoes an investigation after they receive a conditional offer of employment. Next slide, please. Applicants must be a United States citizen on track to graduate from the police academy by at least the age of 21 years old, hold a driver's license, and have received a high school diploma. Applicants with military history must have been honorably discharged. Successful completion of the cognitive skills assessment must be shown. And applicants must have a visual ability of at least 20 by 100 in each eye, corrected to 20/20 with glasses, contacts, contact lens, or surgery. Some of the various disqualifications are any felony convictions, deliberate omissions, or falsehoods during the interview process. Next slide, please. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, 42 U.S. Code Section 2000E-2A makes it unlawful for any employer to refuse to hire an individual due to their race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. Also, the American with Disabilities Act, 42 U.S. Code Section 12112A, states that no employer shall discriminate against a qualified individual on the basis of disability in regards to job application procedures. The Georgia Post Peace Officers Standard and Training Council, established in 1970, entitled 35, Chapter 8 of the Official Code of Georgia, provides guidelines for qualified training competence of peace officers. City Code Section 114 incorporates and is consistent with the federal and state laws requirements by defining recruitment criteria. The police department has also incorporated these employment guidelines into their recruitment and hiring procedures. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of our findings, which I'll discuss in detail on the slides that follow. The Atlanta Police Department's hiring process is consistent with best practices, and the department has sought partnerships to strengthen ties within the community. Recent legislation authorizing the Atlanta Citizen Review Board to participate in police's hiring processes should also help address community concerns. The police department faces challenges due to the stringent requirements to be a police officer. Our recommendations are intended to assist the department to better use technology to streamline the process and manage applicant expectations. The chief agreed with 4 of our recommendations and partly agreed with 1. We also made 1 recommendation to the executive director of ACRB, which he agreed to. Next slide, please. In order to be able to hire a suitable number of officers who are able to make it through the department's rigorous screening process, APD must begin with a large applicant pool. From 2019 through September 2020, individuals entered 12,129 applications for police officer positions in the city's Taleo system. And of those, police hired 171 officers, which equaled 1%. 92% of the applicants who received a waiver packet failed to submit the completed packet. The waiver packet requires applicants to provide information such as contact information, social security number, employment, residential, and financial history and references. Applicants must also sign employment waivers stating that the employment is contingent on completing a background investigation and fitness test. Over the same period, 74% of the applicants who underwent the background investigations were suspended from the process, with 19 withdrawn voluntarily. Police's recruitment process is rigorous and is designed to disqualify candidates who fail to meet the department's stringent hiring standards, which are structured to comply with post standards and other best practices. As a result of these stringent standards, police need a large pool of applicants to fill vacancies. Through various partnerships, police involvement with the community strengthens the potential candidate pool for sworn officers by building awareness and trust. Best practices recommend that law enforcement agencies build confidence in the community and work closely with the community groups to avoid losing the trust of residents. Police partners with other agencies to offer several community-focused activities throughout the city, aimed at strengthening the department's relationship with residents and promote hiring of officers from the community. Next slide, please. APD is not fully using the city's Taleo system to hire officers. This slide shows the same data as the previous slide, but also includes applicants who underwent the police department's background investigation, but did not apply through Taleo. The department accepts some applications directly, but we don't know how many. The department conducted background investigations on 346 applicants who were not processed through Taleo. 88 of these direct applicants were hired. Using Taleo more consistently and automating the waiver packets in the system could help in streamlining the hiring process, and improve communication between applicants and police, likely increasing the number of applicants eligible for hire. It would also help police better track the number of individuals who apply for positions. Even a small improvement in the waiver packet completion would have a beneficial impact. A 5% increase in the waiver packet completion would yield a 50% increase in hiring, assuming the same rate of applicants pass the background investigation. Next slide, please. Our review of a random sample of 34 police officer personnel files hired between January 2017 and September 2020 found that overall, the police department is following its hiring process, and the files contained most applicable records. The files were well organized. 9 of the files were missing fingerprint cards, which police told us were removed to be scanned and uploaded to a federal database. When we provided our list to police, they responded to each item. Police stated the fingerprints were located and placed back in the files. 3 files were missing command staff signatures from the conditional and final memorandums, and 2 files were missing the clinical psychological screening signatures and the physical agility test records, all of which police located after our review. Next slide, please. The Atlanta Police Department's rigorous hiring process is consistent with POST guidelines for selecting police officers. POST establishes the minimum training requirements to become a qualified professional trained officer, which police are required to follow. Atlanta's police officers' requirements and recruitment process are also similar to East Point, DeKalb County, and Gwinnett County. The department's ideal police officer candidate would meet POST requirements, possess a military background or college experience, be invested in the community, and driven to help Atlanta citizens, which is consistent with the department's mission. Next slide, please. Best practices recommend that law enforcement agencies establish community programs to promote hiring within its community and build trust. The Atlanta Police Department builds trust in the community through programs such as the Explorer Program, Police Athletic League, At Promise Youth Center, College Internship Program, and Citizens Police Academy. The program provides an opportunity for the department to interact with city residents in positive interaction, which helps to build trust and potentially increase the applicant pool. The Atlanta Citizen Review Board was created in 2007 to provide citizen oversight of misconduct by the city's sworn law enforcement officers. City Council expanded ACRB's authority in December 2020 in Ordinance Number 20-0-1445 to allow it to participate in the police's hiring process, to include making hiring recommendations to police recruits, and observing applicants' hiring interviews. Police and ACRB have not yet implemented this expanded role. Participating in the police officers' hiring process is not unique to Atlanta. we completed a comparison of jurisdictions and identified 5 other cities whose citizen oversight entity has similar role, which is located in our appendix. Next slide, please. We reviewed the demographics of the police officers hired by the city from January 2019 through November 2020 and found that the demographic makeup of the officers is consistent with that of the city's residents. We also noted that police's hiring process does not appear to be biased in terms of gender or race. The hiring criteria are primarily objective. See pages 10 through 11. Also, the demographics of the applicant pool, when compared to the final hires, do not indicate that applicants were weeded out based on gender or race. The demographic characteristics of the hires is similar to the demographic characteristics of the applicants. This exhibit shows all individuals who applied for a position within Taleo, categorized by race and gender. The graphic shows the officers hired with the same demographic breakout. The full exhibit is shown in the report on page 27, which shows the demographics of individuals as they move through the entire application process. Next slide, please. We made 6 recommendations to improve the hiring process, 5 to the police department leadership, and 1 directly to ACRB. The first is the chief of police should partner with human resources to assess the feasibility of automating the waiver packet in Taleo or other application systems and develop a video tutorial to assist in waiver packet completion. Allow applicants to upload supporting documents to the system and update applicant status in the system. Next slide, please. Second recommendation, the chief of police should develop a procedure to track the applicants who withdraw from the hiring process and survey the applicants to obtain their reason for withdrawing. Third recommendation, the chief of police should continue to ensure consistent record retention and organization of background files and ensure that officers note when background files are removed for any reason. Next slide, please. Recommendation 4, the chief of police should work with human resources to make the following updates in Taleo and other application systems. Identify the appropriate step and status tool within the system to track and communicate with all applicants, thus managing the applicant's expectations during the hiring process. Contact Atlanta Information Management to configure the police's website home screen and revise the application content as needed. Meet with Human Resources Talent Acquisition staff to review the requisition to determine the correct rolling position ID. Next slide, please. Recommendation 4 continued. Police should indicate if the candidate passed or failed within Taleo when the background investigation is completed. Complete the employment verification and upload supporting documentation into Taleo. Schedule a Taleo training session with Human Resources regarding downloading and printing of online applications from the Taleo system. Next slide, please. Recommendation 5, the chief of police should work with the Atlanta Citizen Review Board to develop procedures to comply with the new legislation and incorporate the Atlanta Citizen Review Board into the hiring process for officers. Recommendation 6, the Atlanta Citizen Review Board should consider requiring staff to prepare after-action report of officer terminations or disciplinary actions to identify potentially missed flags in the hiring process that could have indicated an unsuitable candidate. The full report can be located at this website. Next slide, please. I'm sorry. Now it's time for any questions, and also the full report can be located at this website.
Thank you. Any questions, guys? Anybody have questions? Well, I do. Can you give me TALEO? What is the acronym? What is TALEO? Define that for me a little bit, please.
Oh.
This is Amanda Noble. TALEO, I can't remember what it totally stands for, but it's talent acquisition. So it's the city's system for handling applicants.
So it's actually the police department. So you said the city, but is it under the umbrella of the city HR or is it under the umbrella of the police department?
Yeah, it is the city's system, and the police department uses it a little bit, but has not fully used it and would actually prefer a different system. That's why they partially agreed with one recommendation. So our recommendations are hopefully to be able to better use the technology, but the department doesn't feel like TALEO totally meets their needs.
So, but they agreed to, what was the agreement that they came to, because you all recommended they use some TALEO more, and they agreed to yes to that or no to that?
We made our recommendation to be neutral as to software. So they agree with the concept of automating, but have not agreed necessarily to using TALEO if a better tool can be implemented.
Okay. I think my second question was asked. I answered at the very end. In terms of ACRB, I'm just wondering what the process eventually is going to be, and I don't know if you all can answer that in terms of how ACRB can get involved with the hiring process for officers. It says to develop procedures to comply with the new legislation and improve and incorporate ACRB into the hiring process for officers. So that's something that's going to have to work out between ACRB and the chief of police, because I didn't realize until you all was going through this that they are at the table, and that they could also make recommendations even in terms of hiring police officers and also being involved with being at the table to do observations of the police officers they hire. So I guess I would have to wait and ask the police department, if anybody from the police department can answer that, as to when they even think about putting that process in place. I think that's a good one. Thank you. That's all I have. Is there anybody from the police department that's going to even respond to the audit?
Madam Chair, I believe we have Deputy Chief Hampton on the line.
Mr. Hampton.
Now, Deputy Chief Gibbs will be speaking to the audit. One moment, she'll be joining us on the call.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, is this Mr. Gibbs?
Yes, it is. Good afternoon. As it relates to, yes, I'm sorry, I'm having a little technology difficulty. If I don't answer everything, please repeat it for me again. I apologize. As it relates to the Citizen Review Board, yes, what we have done is we have posted all of our background and hiring events on the Atlanta Police Department social media and our background and recruiting separate social media. We have to have the job fairs in person because now, according to post certification, every person that applies for the police department in any police department in Georgia has to take a physical agility test first. So we wanted the members of the Citizen Review Board to know that they could come, they could actually watch that process, and then they could be with us as we do the initial interview, which is basically them us reaching out to them, where they're from, what made them interested in policing, and that would allow them to get involved on the front end and then continue to be involved if they choose to.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. My colleagues, does anyone else have questions?
So Councilmember Shepherd, so there was And maybe that's another workshop where there was the audit that was done in regard to, and there was something about the liquor license division and.
That's coming. We're getting ready to go into that one right in a moment, Ms. Winslow.
Oh, okay. So I'll stop. Okay, so all right. Thank you.
Just hold on. That's the next one that's coming back up. It came before us our last public safety meeting, and we asked the police department to come back and respond. So let's just finish with this one first.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. So if we have no other questions in terms of the audit, I want to thank Ms. Noble and your department for what you all have done in terms of the audit. It was great. I want to thank the police department for your report also. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Lindo, now do we accept this? Where are we in terms of what's the process? What's the steps we take at this point?
Yes, Madam Chair, you can accept and file. And this will actually be heard also at the FEC committee on Wednesday.
Okay. So can I entertain a motion, please?
So moved.
I'd like to make second Winslow.
So there's a motion to accept and file Mr. Bond and second by Ms. Winslow. We're ready for the vote.
The vote is open, Madam Chair.
I'm going to have to, this is Smith. I've got a voice vote. My vote is aye.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
The vote is closed at 7 yeas, 0 nays. This item will be accepted and filed.
Okay, so we now have that to accept and file. Now we'll go back, I think, Ms. Lindo, to item number 25.
Yes, Madam Chair. That's 21C. Yes, Madam Chair. That's 21C0047. This is a communication from W. Daniel Ebersole, Vice Chair, Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report, liquor licensing and enforcement.
All right, and as we are pulling this back, we all know we held it from our last meeting. We asked someone from the police department to come and talk to us about the alcohol license audit again because we didn't have anyone to speak specifically to it. So that's why we held it. So we're now taking it off the tail and having, and I believe Mr. Gibbs, or who's going to speak on this today, Ms. Lindo? Is that going to be Mr. Gibbs?
That will be Deputy Chief Charles Hampton, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Hampton, I apologize.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair and Committee. Again, this is Charles Hampton, Jr. I serve as the Deputy Chief of the Criminal Investigation Division, and that's where currently license and permits falls under my purview. Apologize that no one was on 2 weeks ago, but we are here to talk about this audit. The audit took place October 1st, 2018, and concluded on September 30th, 2020, so almost a 2-year process. There were certain action items that were taken prior to the completion of the audit. We did do a few staffing changes. We updated some of our policies and procedures. There were some system improvements. We did ensure that the due call packages were being initiated for all violations. We also know that there were certain changes to the city code to support enforcement. A lot of the audit definitely focused around staffing. This is very serious to the police department. We believe that any instances in violation of the Chapter 10 has a huge impact. And so our due calls packages have increased. We had, in 2019, there were only 6 done. Last year, 11, and already now we're up to 28 investigations as it relates to violations that we have discovered. And so the audit addressed and identified, again, some things that we already knew. I think it's also important to know that I was appointed to this role in January of this year. And so there were many questions even before seeing the audit report that I started asking members of the license and permit staff. Again, as we talk about staffing, we all know that we are over 400 something short of personnel in the department. So, I start thinking about how can we utilize the current staff that we currently have. And one of those actions was to develop a training program. Lieutenant Cotter created the curriculum, and that finally has been approved by post. So the plan is to train other officers out in the field in all 6 zones. So that will become our force multiplier as well. So educating officers on the street, they will also be able to conduct some of these spot checks to make sure that these entities are adhering to the city codes as well as some of these state statutes. So we think that's definitely a good plus. And again, as we look to make different staffing changes, again, we are constantly looking to ways to improve our product as the Atlanta Police Department. But I assure you that this space that we're in with license and permit is definitely high, and that we want to make sure that we are doing what we can on the enforcement part. So we've been balancing the staffing with the administrative function of the applicants and permits being issued, as well as with the enforcement. And so we are moving to definitely increase our enforcement arm and to do a better job in that space. I know there are several questions, but I just want to go ahead to, if you go to the next page, talk about the staffing. Okay. So again, we were, as we talked about this audit, we were definitely short, especially on our evening watch. So we had a sergeant in place, and we also had an investigator and 2 officers there. We have a vacant spot on the investigators on evening watch. We are looking to make that adjustment very soon, being able to move an investigator from another spot within my division, so it won't have much impact on the department. But we also see that we need to do some hiring of some inspectors and possibly some other civilian positions. And so that's something that we've also talked to the mayor's office, more importantly to the COO, and again, we have the support, and so that's something that we look to do very soon to increase that civilian position, so they can also assist us in some of the administrative functions, and so I can get more of the sworn and the civilian inspectors to move them more into the enforcement arm of license and permit. Next slide. So the next couple of slides just really go into what the audit, some of the recommendations that they've presented to us. And then again, many of those we did agree with. I know there is one in recommendation number 2 as far as what we said we partially agreed to. And I just want to be clear that we are prepared to provide any information to this body when asked. We just told the audit committee that we didn't think that the audit should dictate what you guys wanted to hear from us. And so that was the only reason we partially agreed with that. But we are, as you know, we meet in front of this body twice a month. And so we are prepared at any time that you want some data or you want to talk about what goes on in license permits and the stats, we are prepared to have that and bring that forth this body. Recommendation number 3, again, that was a simple fix for us. So that was just us adhering to our SOP. So that has been changed. So our investigators and staff are doing the daily log and to make sure that we are monitoring exactly what's going on. And again, this really assists us as well to show how much time is utilized in processing application, issuing permits, and investigation as it relates to due cause packages. Number 4 talks about some of what we were not doing. There was a piece that we have definitely reinstituted with any new applicants of alcohol licenses. We were not physically going out on the front end and making sure that those locations jive with the application. And so that definitely has been reinstituted. And so we will now conduct that on the front end of the application process to assure that the applicant is also being upfront on the information that they are providing to us. And so, again, that was a quick fix. Number 5 was talks about what the finance office, I have been in conversation with members of the finance office and try to determine the best course of action as it relates to these forensic audits. So we just want to make sure that they will be done. I think there is an ordinance that talks about how they should be and our role in that. So we just also want to make sure that, again, no one feels that they're being unfairly targeted. And so that is some of the concerns that we are working through with finance to make sure that there will be no liability for the city as we move forward with these financial audits. But we, again, agree with that. The license and permits website has been, on our website has been changed and it is operational. So it should be a little clearer on the process as it relates to how to apply for licenses and permits and what to do. We are working with Intergov to make sure that right now it's only being used for renewals. I think the ordinance still requires that new applicants is done by the cashier's check. So again, once all those are aligned with Intergov, we agree with that. That should be the depository and how funds are collected. The next slide. Once again, this is related to the fee handling, and I kind of alluded to earlier. So we are in communication with the finance officer as it relates to fee handling. The risk management and creating a list of high establishment. The bulk of our enforcement is, again, as I said earlier, is spot checks, but it's also complaint driven. We receive internal complaints from our majors at the 6 zones. We receive complaints from many of you on this board, and we also receive complaints from citizens. So we take those complaints seriously. Now, the audit did state that there was not a mechanism to track them, and we have rectified that. We have created within our team's page a complaint form that we will be able to monitor when the complaint came in, who initiated the complaint, what business the complaint is about, and the resolution and the time frame. And again, you're going to keep hearing me talk about this time frame to really, this is going to be helpful to really identify if we have the proper staff to really effectively do our job. So although we have made some shift in resources, again, we continue to look at this as an agency as a whole to make sure that we have the staffing available to address the needs that's being required of us. The due cause, I think there were some questions about the due cause packages, and as if there were some things that we may not have been doing initially. The current commander, Lieutenant Carter, many of you also reached out to him. He came into midstream of the audit, so he became our unit commander in July of 2019. So many things when he got there, he also recognized that needed to be changed. And so one of those things were due cause packages. And so again, if there is a violation of the Chapter 10 code, a due cause package is immediately started, and that investigation is ongoing. So that, as far as I think the report made it seem like that we were kind of haphazardly issuing due cause packages. That has been resolved, and we definitely move forward on all violations. And so we also have a database that we also track that as well. And now I'm open to any specific questions that anyone may have.
Question. Madam Chair, this is Councilmember Wenzel. I have some questions in regard to due cause. And thank you. Is it Deputy Chief Hamilton now? Hampton?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. And we kind of met a long time ago, but did a lot of work together when you were over in Zone 1. So thank you for the presentation. So, due cause. And as you know, in some neighborhoods in the city of Atlanta, there have been some shootings and there have been some homicides around convenience stores that have liquor licenses. So what is the process when that happens? When there are shootings, or if there's a homicide at the store, in front of the store, what are the steps, the next steps that are taken in regard to that particular business?
Well, we have to make sure first that there is a correlation of the violent crime if it's definitely related to the store. And so you mentioned a homicide. So we look at, things to see if there's things that the store is complicit in as far as just allowing people to hang out, if there are things that happen inside, if it's something that led to things with some of the gaming machines that, led to a motive with the homicide. So I can't really give you a concrete answer, but I assure you that within the homicide investigation, that information is passed on to licensed and permitted if we can determine that there is definitely a correlation to the violence with the business that have alcohol permit.
Okay, so let's take it a step further, because I know about a location where there was incident, homicide, and it happened over a 6-year period. I've talked to other deputy chiefs about this, and the chief, and the former chief, Shields, where you've got these deaths that are happening. It's related to the machine, the video machines, and the state approved those video machines, not the city of Atlanta. So I want to make that clear to the citizens that may be listening today, where the individuals that are in the store and allowed to operate these video machines are giving out cash as opposed to prizes of which they're supposed to give out. So they're giving out cash. So once all that is linked up together, then I'm trying to figure out, and I know of one location, I've already pointed it out to the department. I'm trying to figure out, once all this information is gathered, because it's right there, I've talked about it with APD. So the next step is then what? Does it go to the state, to the Department of Public Safety? I've even talked to them about it. So what happens? Just help me out.
And I'm, to the best of my ability, I'm gonna help you with the gaming machines. A lot of that also is tied in with the lottery, and so we often utilize the GBI and their investigators to assist us. But when we can do details to determine that payout is through cash, a lot of times then we can get with the lottery, and then they can pull not only the gaming machines, but they can also pull the businesses licensed with the Georgia lottery system. So we have done that also previously, and it's something that is in our toolbox that we also continue to utilize.
Now, I'll just tell you, when I talked to them, and that was 2019, they said they had 3 people in the whole state that was dealing with it, and they just didn't have enough
personnel. I'm just saying, I believe you, and I believe them. I believe both of you. You understand? So,
yes, ma'am.
And I'll wrap it up. But I'm just okay. So once that happens, then you get due process. You get all your information together. Then where does it go?
Once a due cause package is completed on our end, we then submit that to. I'm not sure if it goes. I believe it goes to either the license review board, but ultimately it will have to be signed off on by the mayor.
Okay, so how many of these? Okay, so what you're saying is that there was at some point in time when the ball was dropped, or there wasn't enough. I won't say the ball was dropped, but there wasn't maybe enough attention being paid to some things that were happening with liquor license. I mean, that's kind of what I heard, that there wasn't a lot of emphasis being put on sending these things through due process. Is that what I kind of heard? You know, there's an uptick now in doing the due process. But it hadn't been before.
I think the audit findings said that, again, the way that the due cause packages were being handled may have been the appearance that they were not being all enforced. And so I can tell you, again, the numbers for 2020 speaks for themselves. A lot was going on with the Atlanta Police Department as far as where our resources, our attention were spent, and so once we got out of that space, again, we were able with license and permits to put a little bit more emphasis on the enforcement as well as with some of our spot checks. So, I think that there's definitely still room for improvement, which is what we're trying to address. But I think we are on the right path moving forward and trying to hold all entities that hold a alcohol license, let them know that they need to be accountable for what goes on inside and around their place of business.
I'm glad to see that there's more light being put on this, because in different parts, and it's not just District 4, but in different parts of other council members' districts, sometimes we have shoot 'em up at these convenience stores. So that's why I'm concerned that light wasn't put on them when the shoot 'em up were going on 3-4 years ago, 5 years ago. So I'm glad light is being put on them. And unfortunately, they shouldn't have taken an audit to do it. So I'm just concerned about that, and I hope we're going to stay on this road, on this right road, going forward. And so, when these things happen, are these addresses pulled so that they can see how many times the police have been to these locations? Is that part of the due process as well? Because I got a location where I got pages going to one location, and this business is still there. I'm not going to say where it is. I've talked to APD about it a number of times, and they're still in business. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Something. Anyway, okay. So are those records pulled from out there on Hallowell? Those stats in terms of how many times the police go and how many homicides and all that stuff?
Yes, ma'am. All of that is part of the due cause investigation and included within the due cause package.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it alone, Deputy Chief Hampton, because I beat this dead horse. You know, the horse is dead; he's in the grave, but I'm trying to pull him back up again. So, the department is committed, right?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Okay, and that's what I want to hear, because these are these are issues that are happening in various parts of the city. And the criminal is thinking that we're not being serious, okay? So they're just kind of dilly-dally doing what they want to do. So I want us to really send a message that we're about the business of the citizens and not about the business of the criminal. Okay? That is so important. And the council people, we catch a lot of grief. You know, people calling us up, you know, wondering why stuff can't get done. And that shouldn't be. Okay? And this is just a bone. This is just a spur in my bone. And I've been talking about it for the last 3 or 4 years. And I know something's wrong. And I'm glad to see that we're committed to making it right. Okay? So it goes to the mayor's office, and then what happens? They look at it, and then what happens?
The mayor has the option to agree or disagree with the findings within the due cause package.
So how many due process causes are there any? I mean, are there some cases over there that? Well, I need to leave that. I'm gonna leave that alone. Woo. Okay. Let me back it up, Madam Chair. Move on to somebody else. I don't want to get too deep. Okay. I don't want to go.
I understand, Ms. Winslow. I do, and you can come back later if you want to ask more questions. But we do have
no, I'm afraid. I love Cleta, okay? I want us to be around for the election. I'm going to leave it alone. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Hillis, and followed by Mr. Hillis will be Mr. Soroki. And then after that, unless somebody else is in queue, I would like to put myself in queue also. So Mr. Hillis, Mr. Soroki, and then myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Shepherd, and thank you for the presentation. Deputy Chief Hampton, the presentation answered a number of the issues I brought up last week, so I just really have some general comments to make. I know that staffing is an issue in APD, as was brought up, but in particular for this audit, it revealed that this unit where APD is about a 20 to 25% vacancy rate. This evening watch of this unit was 80% vacant, and the unit itself was 50% vacant. So I'm glad to see that there's been some shifts in getting this unit some of the resources it needs. Obviously, there's still some gaps to be filled in. Glad to hear about the commitment to the investigations and the due cause packages. Some of the points brought up in the audit was only 11% of the annual required inspections were actually being done, and then only a little over a third of the complaints were being investigated, even with multiple locations that had multiple violations. So I'm hopeful that we'll make some progress on the due cause packages. But I did want to say this is not, this audit focused on APD and the license and permit unit, but this issue, especially when it comes to problem properties, nuisance properties, it's not specific to problems with licenses and permits and APD. It stresses across many departments, planning. I know some of my colleagues on here said on the CDHS committee we're going to have an audit is in progress of the enforcement side of planning, including buildings and zoning. And all of this has been a problem for many years, and I believe these two auditors certainly want to speak to the enormousness of the problem. But to that point, sure, this unit, has made improvements and will continue to make improvements, but we're not really going to get through the meat, so to speak, unless we, I see really some kind of task force being formed, and the city has done some of this work. We've had Chief Ford in the solicitor's office talk about these nuisance properties and investigating them, but really what needs to be formed to fix all this is really a task force that compromises APD, planning, the fire department, the business license office that go out and target these establishments, because we, as council members, we may get a complaint of a noise violation at location X. An APD officer that's just working a beat will go out and give them a citation for a noise ordinance violation, but really the problems go a lot more deep than just a noise violation of that establishment, more than likely. So I'm really looking forward to seeing more of these complaints being thoroughly investigated, not just by APD but multiple departments, so we can deal with these problem properties, these issues where crime is happening around certain properties. Maybe we start with the top 5 or 6 locations in each council district and target those and go after those. But anyways, just wanted to provide some general comments. I will pick up where Councilmember Winslow left off, and I asked this at the last committee meeting. It was indicated in the audit that 7 of the due cause packages had been sitting with the mayor's office for over a year. And I believe that was right about 48% of all of the due cause packages had not been signed off on. So if is there anyone in the administration, I believe this falls under the Chief of Staff's office, that can speak? I know this audit's look back was 2 years, and that look back ended the end of September of last year. So since that time, have those 7 due cause packages that were sitting around for a year, many of which were serving alcohol to minors, have those been signed off on?
Is anyone there? Hello? Mr. Hampton?
Oh, I'm still here. I thought that question was raised to the administration. So,
yeah, I'm asking specifically to the administration, or, I know the law department follows this as well. So if Ms. Robinson is on and can speak to this, this is the second time I've asked this question of the administration, where we are with signing off on these 7 due cause packages that were not signed off on for over a year.
Is there anyone from the administration who's even listening to this particular call, to this committee meeting? In fact, someone from the administration, if you all listening, we need for you all to come on and answer Mr. Hiller's question. Mr. Hiller, you can hold it. Maybe somebody can come back and we can try to text somebody and ask them to come back and answer your question.
Yes, I'd appreciate an answer either from the administration, or if that's something Ms. Robinson can look up and inform us of, that would be great. So thank you again, Chairwoman, and thank you again, Deputy Chief Hampton.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Faroki.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, if I recall correctly, one of the reflections or findings in the audit report was related to smaller classes at the academy due to COVID restrictions, and it struck me as a bit peculiar, and I'm curious if the department could speak to whether that remains the case today, or why that, and if not, why that does remain the case, if I heard correctly.
I do not recall seeing that in the audit findings about class size in the academy. So I would have to, I've looked at it a couple of times, so I would have to just look at it briefly again, but I don't recall seeing that within this audit finding.
Well, so for our police academy class sizes at maximum size, presuming we have qualified applicants and qualified cadets applying, or to your knowledge, is there any reduction in class size due to kind of COVID-19 restrictions or other space constraints?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. It seems like somewhat of a inconclusive and uncertain answer. So I would just ask if y'all could look into that and report back to us on that.
Okay, so you're just wondering about the class sizes during the COVID-19, if that had an impact on the academy classes.
Yes, so I think it's worth noting that the time the auditors conducted the report and their investigation is over, and so I think it's both over the last year, but also what the state of things is today as well. I assume things may be changing or have changed if that was the case 8 months ago or so.
Okay, we're going to try to, that's definitely in Chief Gibbs' shop, so I think she's going to try to get back on the line to address that question for you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay. I was trying to reach out to somebody from the mayor's office, and I haven't heard from them yet. And Ms. Robinson said that she didn't have any information on that. So, but we'll continue to work on that, Mr. Hillers. But let me just jump in for a couple of minutes also. I just want to say that Ms. Winslow started out, and I heard Mr. Hillers, but this audit to me has been very revealing, but I'm not surprised by anything in this audit that I've seen. So I'm just going to say that. I think I said that last week. And as Ms. Winslow says, I've been around for years as an MPU chair and as a council member. And some of the things I see happening here are just ongoing things that are happening continuously. It's becoming very revealing now as things are happening, and I'm glad this audit was done, and it validates what I've already seen out in the community, not only from convenience stores and all the things that Ms. Winslow is talking about, where they're selling alcohol and liquor in my district. And as she said, it's all over the city. I'm sure it's in Mr. Hiller's district, all of our districts are having the same problem. What I see is the problem is that I'm not sure police should be doing some of the things. When you have these issues, police are reacting to things that happen that come up in our communities. So they react to a call when there's a shootout at a liquor store, a club, all of that. But what should be happening, in my opinion, is that some of the things that are happening is out there for everybody to see anyway. If we had folks in our department who were doing what they need to do to look at it, to be proactive, to look at things on the front end as opposed to being reactive to a 911 call or when there's a shooting or something as crazy is going on. That's one of the issues I have sometimes with how the police department, the structure of the police department and how it's set up. I heard Mr. Hampton say earlier that, y'all looking at some changes in terms of administration, in terms of, for instance, the LRB, but not only LRB, but a lot of places where, some of the things that happen, for instance, at a liquor store. Ms. Winslow was talking about gambling in a liquor store. That is up under the state police department, even though they may know it. They're not going in. I don't believe that anybody's going in unless somebody calls and says specifically that it's happening. I see things going on in convenience stores in my neighborhood that if I can see it, I believe the police can see it. But what happens is that the police department, they got 911 calls, they got other things going on. So for them to take the time to go and look at all these things that we see every day happening, personally, I don't think it should be up under the police department. Or if it is, it can be up under the police department. Let me restate that. But it has to be revamped in a way that there's a cadre of people who we can call code enforcement officers or name them another name. I don't know what they do. But all they do is begin to look at situations that are out there in terms of where liquor is being sold, where things are happening in terms of compliance. Those don't have to be officers who are sworn officers. Some of the stuff, to me, in my opinion, could be done by people who are just administrators. They don't have to be sworn officers. In some capacities, I know based on state law and city law, it requires that. But if you had an inspector who was going out and just looking at, number one is, are they complying in terms of single cigarette sales? Let's talk about selling single cigarette sales. Or in some of my communities, you got car washes that are going on the weekends. You got folks packed up at a convenience store selling food, selling car washes on the outside. And as we talked about that in terms of all of that, some people say, well, that's not my purview as the police department. And I believe that the police department don't even know what the laws are in terms of, if I go by and I see all these folks hanging out at a convenience store and they're laundering and they're selling this and they're doing that and they're doing singles and they're doing this and that and the other, they're probably saying that's overwhelming, that's too much. And again, they're reacting only to, they respond to reactive stuff, not stuff that they can see proactive where they can say, I know that's against the law. I don't know even sure if they know what the laws are around that. So why would we not have, if we're looking at this audit in terms of staffing and who's doing what, we need to have civilians or people who still work for the police department, but they can go out and actually do that stuff. They don't even have to confront the people out there on the lot. They can go to the business owners that based on this business license, so and so and so and so and so and so. So your license says that you got to have X amount of parking on the outside. You can't sell single cigarettes. You can't sell food on your property unless it's inside and we're giving you a permit to do it. But you got folks selling food on the outside. You got people doing car washes on the outside. Now, you know those convenience stores are not doing that. Just say, oh, yeah, just come on. They're taking money from them folks who's selling on their lot. Is that in the law? But if I talk to the police department, they don't even know how to deal with that. And to some extent, based on when we are with police, maybe that's something they shouldn't be doing with it. Maybe we should have other inspectors who, by the way, are not working 9 to 5, but are also working on the weekends when some of these things are going on to see what's going on. So to me, as I'm talking to Ms. Winslow and Mr. Hillers, a lot of this stuff is a revamping of our departments in a way that will begin to look at how can we better do a better quality of life service, and depending on the police department to do everything. But the police department right now, we're short 400. That's a lot. But even before we were short 400, the police department wasn't doing that. And I don't think that that's something that's trained in there in terms of their standard of training to even go out and look at stuff like that, because they wear so many hats. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure if they should. I think that we need to revamp some of these departments to look at it in a different way. And I heard somebody talk about a task force earlier. I've introduced legislation today that we can talk about that talks about a public safety commission that Mr. Hillis, and I know you was on the Code Enforcement Commission, but a public safety commission that will begin to do a deep dive looking at some of these departments up under public safety, police, fire. Some of these things we're talking about maybe overlapping even in terms of inspection. So if a police officer was at a convenience store and they can say they're selling food out there, is that up under the umbrella of the SOPs for the police department? Does that tie into zoning being involved, or the business license bureau, or even in terms of compliance of parking? Who does that tie into? And I just think we need to stop talking about it and just saying, y'all fix it. That we may need to take a dive for a little moment and just begin to do a deep dive analysis of some of this and begin to look at it. And I think this particular LRB thing, what we're looking at is just the beginning of what, if you look a little farther, you can find some other case scenarios of that, which I think it's time for us to begin to look at. I think we should take this opportunity at this point, even though there are some revealing things, but let's not just say, get into the police department and go look at it, because I'm not even sure, as Cleveland says, council members are on the street every day. We see things that maybe the police department's not looking at, they turn their head on it, or they can't respond to it. So we need to begin to show, here is what we see happening out here. Can we fix it this way? Can we fix it that? And Mr. Hampton, I heard you say something about some administrative changes. I don't know the extent of what you're talking about in terms of your administrative changes. I don't know if these are some of the ideas you have, because we already know, again, that in terms of staffing, they've already proven through this audit that people who are looking at some of these compliance issues in terms of clubs, convenience stores, all of this, your staffing is so low You say y'all did X amount, but I think y'all are being reactive now to things because the mayor and other folks are saying this is a nuisance, this is a problem, and the crime is high. So why would we not be doing this on a regular basis anyway? And so I think it's time for us to begin to look at it from that perspective of looking at all the things that are happening across our city and begin to talk about how we can collaborate with the state. If gaming machines are funded the state, have them to come to these meetings and talk about it. If liquor license, if it's the different departments in the city that needs to be convened to talk about, well, we need to fix this and how does this happen? Maybe the police department don't even know. And I'll be honest with you, if I had some police officers, I have to tell them that this was council and I didn't know about that. Well, we've asked you to call and fix that, but you don't. A lot of police officers don't even know some of the things that I know, and that the law department, everybody else knows that are on the books, but the police department don't know about it because they're not responding to those kind of things. That's been a culture that's created that you're responding to only a certain type of call for services, and the rest of that you just drive right by it and just say, okay, I'm not doing that. So I think it's time for us to be looking at it from a whole different perspective. I believe that this is just the beginning. But Mr. Hampton, what are you all talking about you all going to do in terms of civilian? I heard somebody talk about civilian input. How are you all talking about revamping the departments in terms of that? Oh, everybody's silent. Was I just talking to myself? Did anybody hear me?
I can hear you, Madam Chair. I agree with you.
We all hear you.
Deputy Chief Hampton?
Okay. I guess my line was muted. So what I was saying, so there are currently 4 vacant spots for civilian inspectors. As we look at administratively, what I also was saying is that there may be a need to have some civilian staff to handle some of our application processing, so we can use those other inspectors and some more of our sworn personnel to assist in the enforcement capacity. As you also stated about sometimes officers not knowing the law, which is why we talked about the training component that was going to happen later on this week out in the zones. We are planning on educating officers as it relates to violations around Chapter 10 and other things that you mentioned to make sure that our officers are knowledgeable and comfortable and know what laws and ordinance that they can enforce. And so that's something that also should happen this week.
And Madam Chair, let me say something. I agree wholeheartedly with you. What I'm frustrated about is that, and maybe the younger officers don't know, but I remember watching Eldrin Bell. He was a former chief. I mean, when there was a killing someplace, that location, you talking about shut down, hell, they had a padlock on it. It was padlocked. So I'm trying to figure out how we get from not padlocking in the 90s to nothing happening now. There's a disconnect. It really not that hard, but I don't know that we're going back and finding out maybe what the former officers did that we can re-implement, because something is wrong. Club 559 was over here in West End. As soon as they had one homicide, I think I called somebody. I said, we're going to shut this place down. It was shut down. It was shut down because it was not a good setting. So that's why I'm saying I don't get what we're doing now. And I'm saying maybe some of the younger officers don't know how to do it, but it can be done. It's not a hard thing to do. It can be done. It can be done. And our city, you know, we're in a critical area. You know, we can go one way or the other, okay? And so we need to reach back and talk to people
that were in these positions with the police department, they can give us some ideas. I go back and talk to former council people that I didn't even serve with, people that came long before me, but I call them up. Hey, blah, 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 blah. What did y'all do? Da, 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 da. I call them up. I want to know what they did. I want to know how they worked it. And so what I'm saying is, we're doing the dance. I don't want to do the dance with the people. We're in trouble. A lot of cities are in trouble with crime. We could find out what it's all about, and we could take some steps in the right direction. But we've got to reach back to some of the people that have already done the work. And that's the rub that I have with the police department currently, is that I've seen what can be done, and I'm trying to figure out why we're not still doing those things in terms of shutting businesses down. It can be done, and it can be done legally. Legally, I saw it done. And I don't know why it's not taking place now. That's very disturbing to my mind. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not blaming the administration. I'm not blaming APD, but my mind is just wandering. I can't get a handle on it. And that's why I keep asking questions. I'm asking questions. I'm in the back room asking questions. Now I'm asking questions in the front room. I don't like to ask questions in the front room. I'd rather ask questions in the back room and get the answers. But now I'm in the front room because we're kind of in a crisis in the city of Atlanta. And I don't want us to do the tap dance and just say we're going to talk about doing it. I want us to do it for the love of the city, for the love of the citizens. You know, they deserve that. They don't deserve what's happening now. It's not good. And we've got to let these people in this town know you just can't come up in here and just do the city the way you're doing it. You can't just be a criminal and just take over. That's not going to happen. I'm going to keep on saying it. It ain't going to happen. Mr. Criminal, Miss Criminal, it's not going to happen. Because we got good APD officers that are going to step up to the plate. It's not going to happen. And I'm expecting them to step up to the plate. We love you. We want you to do a good job. APD. Okay? We're not being critical in a negative way, but we've all got to pull together to help one another. We're all in the same boat together. From Buckhead to Hollowell, East Side, West Side, North Side, South Side. So we just got to pull this boat together. Okay? And let's talk to maybe some former folks in APD. Maybe they can give you guys some ideas. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Winslow. Ms. Robinson want to answer a question, and then after she responds to that, Mr. Bond wants to speak. Ms. Robinson.
Oh, yes. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I did want to just note that in regards to discussion of any pending due cause matters, be it before the license review board or the mayor during that quasi-judicial consideration process, and the consideration of the board or the mayor in regards to those cases, due to the need to preserve the due process of the licensees and to not, interfere in that quasi-judicial process. It's laws advise that those conversations not be had while the process is still ongoing. Additionally, just to briefly touch on what Councilmember Winslow was discussing concerning the time of Eldrin Bell as chief of police and the things that the city could have done with alcohol licenses back then. Councilmember Winslow is absolutely correct that would have been something that would have been possible back then. In the 90s, in the mid to late 90s, there was a change in the interpretation of the Constitution by the state Supreme Court, as well as some amendments to the state alcohol code. And whereas prior to that change, having an alcohol license was considered a privilege, which could be revoked basically upon the pleasure of the issuing governmental agency, in this case, the City of Atlanta, if there were an incident such as a shooting or another violent incident at a location, without going through a large amount of the due process procedure. Post that change, we're no longer able to do like summary closures and the immediate padlocking of a location in the way that we could in those days, unfortunately. So that is, that's a legal change that's happened since that time. But fortunately, though, we do have, legislation which the law department will be able to speak to further as we move on into the agenda today, that would help address some of these nuisance properties and help basically more easily take action against them than perhaps we've been doing in the past or currently, while still preserving the due process rights of the licensee.
Thank you, Amber. We're going to move on.
This is Councilmember Hillis. I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
When I was
you have a question for Mr. Robinson in terms of what you just said, Mr. Hillis? If you can hold on, Mr. Bond, and then I promise I'll get back to you.
So, if I heard Ms. Robinson correctly, she stated she can't even tell us how many cases are pending in front of the mayor for a signature. I mean, if that's the case, how did the audit board find out how many were pending? I mean, all we're asking, not asking for details of the case. I'm asking if those cases they called out that have been pending for over a year without a signature from the mayor or chief of staff, if those are still pending.
So I didn't say, to be clear, that I wouldn't be able to do that, though I would defer to the mayor's office in regards to that particular factual piece of information.
Okay, well, that was the question that I asked. And have we gotten any response
I would
from...
defer to the mayor's office in regards to
Justin, I said earlier that Ms. Robinson didn't have, she said she couldn't respond to that. I think she was responding to some of the things that Ms. Winslow had said earlier. But I have reached out to the administration. I have not gotten a response back yet, so I'm still waiting to see if they're going to respond back to you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I said Mr. Hill. I'm sorry, thank you. All right, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my concerns and comments will be directed towards the Deputy Chief. Deputy Chief, thank you for being here today to respond to the audits. I guess my comment is that over I'll start with it. The reason that we have ATAG 3 now is because of the issues surrounding this audit, basically. Now, the audit has been very revealing, not only to council members, as I guess you can see, but also to members of the community who have lived with the frustration of the lack of enforcement, I guess the lack of employees being in this unit, able to do their job, and not having this all revealed now makes a lot of sense as to why certain things that have affected the quality of life neighborhoods has been allowed to go on. And so I will say that during ATAG 2, and I agree with everything that all of my colleagues have said up to this point, 150%. But during ATAG 2, there was a lot of discussion, and I apologize, I cannot remember the the young man who was from the finance department, who since left the city, that made the recommendation to us during, those discussions, that the application process, the processing of a lot of the administrative work shouldn't even have been in the police department. It should probably have been in the finance department, with using existing staff that processes other business licenses and other type of administrative paperwork. And then once that's completed, then the task of enforcing and ensuring compliance should then be turned over to the police. I agree with the chair that we do need to have a study group, whatever it's entitled, to look at how we are serving our citizens in this space. There's the potential for having these housing code officers assisting with enforcement or inspections at least, and using more citizens, employees or non-sworn employees to handle all the administrative work until we have the adequate number of sworn personnel to actually do the enforcement. I mean, I just want to go on the record to say that I'm very distressed at the situation that we find. I know we did ATAG 2, I guess 8 or 9 years ago. And the issue of inadequate staffing in this unit was an issue then. And they had, I guess, double or maybe 2.5 times the number of people in the unit that we have now. And so it is very distressing. And it really, I don't want to step on the toes or offend the administration, but I just have to be frank. It is a lack of priority, demonstrated priority, over the last few years, that has allowed the situation, obviously, to develop. And that is despite outcries from neighborhoods and residences throughout the city, over that same span of time. I mean, the very fact that, and I don't know what happened with the cases that are pending on the mayor's desk that Councilperson Hillis has raised questions about, but whatever the excuse is, I'm sure that it is completely unacceptable. It just should not be the state of affairs in the city of Atlanta. This unit should not have been allowed to become decimated to this point, given the outcry from citizens all across the city. And so I'm glad that we're at a space that we now know what the situation is, because we can more effectively address it. I'm going to be getting with Mrs. Lindo to go ahead and start the ATAG 3 meetings, which was just supposed to be a review of what the past recommendations are, to make what we thought would be policy changes to, get some of these complaints addressed, but it's much, much deeper. You don't even if we were, or even when we do make these different policy recommendations, if they're not the people and employees in place to implement them, then nothing will change immediately. So it's really going to have to be demonstrated priority for this administration until this administration is no longer in. I think it's January 8th or January 5th of 2020 to make sure that this happens. We have all received voluminous complaints, from our citizens, and this is the source of the frustration. And so I'm hoping, the deputy chief said he's only been there since January. He's coming in, from my perspective, a clean slate to do something to get this
resolved and corrected. But I think that we all need to be working. If there's going to be a public safety study group or working group, I'm all for it because, this is just intolerable. And, we need to know what the clear priorities are. I remember when in the 90s that we went from liquor license being considered a privilege to now more so a right because of the investment that those who are obtaining the licenses are. And then that was kind of the logic I remember as to why it went from that. And because of the person applying for a license makes substantial investment in the business, and it's more than just the license itself. Holding the license itself, they made that they could demonstrate that they made substantial investment in the rent and the property and the stock, etc. And so that legal theory changed, but it hadn't been to the detriment of the community, because we have not met the burden of making sure that we have personnel in place to enforce our own and existing laws. And then I'll have legislation forthcoming in the coming week about how the existing law is being applied, I believe, inappropriately against, different license holders. I'll give a broad example. The city has brought a lawsuit against a club over in the District 3 area, a historic club that has no gunplay, had no murders, had no felony crimes associated with it, is trying not only to take their license, but to demolish their building. And yet there are other clubs, similarly situated clubs, where there's been gunplay, where people have been injured in District 9, District 4, District 11, all parts of the city, and the city's taking no action against those license holders. So it is unequal, it is unfair, and it is not up to a balanced, measured standard when our laws are applied, and when we are applying our manpower to address these issues that the community is raising. And, Ms. Winslow is absolutely correct. The council gets the brunt from the lack of prioritization and implementation of services that citizens pay for around this issue. And I don't think the administration has heard the cry of the community on this issue. They could not have if those documents have been sitting in the mayor's office for up to a year, or really more than 60 days. They haven't heard it. And they need to hear it, because it is eroding the quality of life in the city. And it does create a perceived permissive environment in Atlanta, that chaos is okay. That you can come to this city, cut up, show out, do whatever you want to do, completely show both sides of your hindquarters, and nothing will be done, because that's exactly what is happening. That's very little. This is being done to counter that. And then on top of that, people can blame COVID if they want to, but we have documented shootings and crimes that have gone on in this city for the past year. Now, I compliment the homicide unit, but it should not have reached the point where the homicide unit was even necessary to become involved. And a lot of these places where this mayhem is taking place, they're still in business. Unabated. They're still in business. There are people opening, they get a restaurant license, and the next thing you know, it's the newest club in the neighborhood. And nothing, very little is being done about it. So my question to you, Deputy Chief, welcome you to your role. And, you know, what is going to be, if any, budgetary recommendations in this year's budget to help to resolve the concern the lack of resources in this unit for this upcoming budget year? Is he muted? Is he there? Is anyone there?
I can hear you, Michael.
I can hear you, Mr. Butler.
Well, this is how I guess the community feels when they complain about these issues to us. I mean, there's just silence. There's no response.
Mr. Bond, this is Deputy Chief Sherbaum. Chief Hampton's having difficulty getting back in, but you had a question on the budget. We may go to hashtag. Can you rephrase that one more time, please?
Well, what I'm asking is that given the current state of affairs in the unit, and what are going to be the budget recommendations, if any, from APD? What kind of resources do you need, or are you going to request from the council to provide you help to address these issues?
Yes, sir. This is Deputy Chief Gibbs. I'm over the Support Services Division. In our personnel portion of the paper that we will present this Thursday, we do have recommendations for 5 additional positions as it relates to the inspector positions that Chief Hampton spoke of, and then also an additional administrative person. That is what will allow them to be able to add the additional watch on so that they'll be able to run 2 shifts. And Chief Hampton may want to step in on the scheduling part, but we have put those positions in the personnel paper with the salaries, and we will take those before the vacancy review board. And finance is aware that we will be requesting those positions.
Is that enough? Are those enough positions to get you all caught up on the enforcement and inspections?
This is Chief Hampton. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
To be honest, sir, I think it won't be enough. I think it will definitely assist because we'll be able to do more proactive stuff. But again, as I alluded to before, the training and that we plan on doing next week will also aid us because, as everyone keeps saying, it's not only just a license permit issue. It is a city issue which we recognize and want to also engage and empower our officers on the street, as I think Ms. Winslow also said, that ride by and see things to make them comfortable that they too can make the charges. So that definitely is going to help. But like I said, you have over, I believe, 1,800 establishments with licenses, and to do spot checks for every single one, in addition to the administrative things that we have to do with processing these applications. It's not enough as we speak right now, but it's definitely a start.
Well, what would be enough? How many people do you actually need? Not,
and that's something that's a great question, and that's something that I'm trying to, as I alluded in my presentation, there are a lot of things that they are being tasked with doing, license and permits, and being able to put time frames so I can adequately say processes. That's something that I'm still working through with Lieutenant Carter to say how long does it take a due cause package investigation to be completed. Depending on the severity of the allegation and what we find, a due cause package investigation could take anywhere from 3 hours for serving a minor alcohol up to several weeks for something that involves violence. So I'm working on to be able to solidify that number so I can give an adequate count of personnel. But I have to really look at the processes, and so I don't want to throw out a number today, and that's all I will be doing without further really doing a deep dive and analyzing exactly all the processes that license and permit is responsible for, and being able to say time and man hours, FTE, how again, what that really looks like.
Well, just quickly, have you all looked at the recapture program to get you some additional help from some retired officers? And I can't remember the name of the other program that retired APD officers have to give. I think they have to volunteer like 100 hours a year or something to keep their policing powers in their retirement. Have you looked at maybe trying to reach out to some of those individuals to see if they may be able to help fill some of these gaps?
Yes, sir. I mean, we look at everything, sir. We look at recapture. We look at 520. We look at our retired reserves, and so we look at a lot of options to see what would be beneficial for the enforcement capacity. And so again, the type of enforcement ranges, and so some things we could rely on retired officers could possibly assist us with. But when you're talking about some of these licenses, establishments that are operating 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, the sign-up rate for someone who has given 30 plus years is probably a little bit low. But again, retirees helping out at the front desk and helping with application, we definitely could look at that, and then moving some of our inspectors to assist with the enforcement. So again, we're looking at everything, so nothing is off the table. So I promise you that staffing is definitely being looked at, and we take this serious. And so we're trying to maximize as best as we can with personnel.
Mr. Bond, I'm going to ask you if we move on, we have to finish, so we have several things before us. This is something that I think we'll have to continue to talk about. I don't know if we're going to be able to get all the answers down. They're just, everybody's just throwing out ideas and thoughts, but I think we're going to really have to pull together a whole process in terms of how we look at this, because it's just a lot. So thank you for your questions, Mr. Bond.
Well, thank you, man. I just want to point out I waited, and I sent my request in via text, and I didn't interrupt anybody, but I will.
But Mr. Bond, you talk longer than anybody else, so I will tell you that. You talked for over 15 minutes now. You've had 15 minutes of discussion. You had by yourself.
Well, I mean, like I said, I waited patiently, and I don't mind yielding to have the meeting.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, madam.
So we're going to take this audit and accept it and file it, knowing that we got a lot more work to do. And as a chair of the committee, I know we have not completed this. There's a lot of recommendations that's coming back, and we're going to ask for people to come back and talk about this. Oh, I'm sorry. There is one last thing. Mr. Justin Johnson, Mr. Hillis is trying to answer your question. So if Mr. Johnson, if you're on the call, somebody from the administration did come back, so let me not skip that. Mr. Johnson, are you on the phone?
Yes, ma'am. And good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I was trying to speak earlier just to convey to Councilmember Hillis in response to his question, and I do apologize. I do not have the answer for that question. I do recognize Nellie was as previously, but we'll do our best to go ahead and get that information to you and return in a relatively prompt time frame. So I do apologize. I don't have it in front of me, but I'll be sure to work with the my respective counterparts and get that over to you.
And I believe, I thank you for that. And also, Ms. Jack said the same thing, that she will work on that and try to get the information back to us as soon as possible, even before the next committee meeting, possibly. As a report, and we can discuss it at our next meeting, Mr. Hillis. But I just want to let you know that. Did you have a comment?
No, just thanks to Dr. Johnson, and we'll be looking for that information.
I'm sorry,
yes,
I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that one more time? You were kind of mumbled. Repeat that one more time.
Yeah, we're saying thank you to Deputy COO Johnson, and we'll be looking forward to that information.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So we're going to make a motion now to accept this audit. and file. There a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Ms. Lindo, we're ready for the vote.
The vote is open, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone voice voting? I think we're all in. Is that correct?
No, I'm voice voting, Madam Chair, so it's an aye for me.
Thank you, Ms. Winslow.
And this is Councilmember Faruqi. I'm trying to log back in. It's an aye for me as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Faruqi.
So it's closed at 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item will be accepted and filed. And Madam Chair, just a reminder, this will also be on the FEC agenda on Wednesday.
All right, thank you. We're now at, up under presentations, we're now at the Atlanta Police Department bi-weekly report. And I believe this Deputy Chief Shipbaum, I'm sorry. Shipbaum, are you there?
Update on the. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Deputy Chief Shipbaum. We do have an update real quickly on the question regarding academy class sizes from Deputy Chief Gibbs before we proceed.
Hey, yes, good afternoon. So when COVID went into place, we had two classes that were actually in class 266 and 267. It was about probably around 50 total. They immediately began at home learning. We provided equipment. So the first part of the academy actually took place at home virtual, and then we began to integrate them back in. We still, even being COVID compliant and with virtual learning, graduated 121 recruits in 2020 and sent them to the field. And we have done 42 so far, and some of them are from the tail end of 2020 as well.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, Councilman President Moore, members of the committee, this is Deputy Chief Shipbaum. On behalf of Chief Bryant, I'll be starting on slide 2, entitled the 2021 COVID Report for our bi-weekly update. Before I start with the formal presentation, the department is investigating a number of robberies targeting members of the LGBT community using a dating app. We have seen a number of robberies across the city in various zones. In the press conference this past week, we were enlisting the community's assistance in providing internet information they have. I wanted to take this opportunity to reiterate that, and that we believe that the victims who have come forward only represent a very small number of the victims that's being targeted in these crimes. We have some very strong leads, and we anticipate arrest in the near future. However, we are asking anyone that has been a victim to come forth. Our LGBT liaison unit is ready to assist in any way they can, educating the community or assisting anyone in following that police report. So as you communicate with your constituents, we would ask that you pass that message along from the police department. On slide number 2, the 2021 COVID report, snapshot of the crime year to date and up until May 1st of this year. As you know, the department is highly concerned with the continuing rise in homicides, rapes, and other violent crimes across the city. We are currently at 10% above where we were this time last year. We are seeing a trending up in crime in 3 of our zones, which are zones 1, zones 2, and zone 5, while 3 zones are actually trending down over overall crimes this time last year. As the homicides continue to are being investigated, we're still noticing that the number 1 cause in all of the homicides is an elevated dispute. We're also noticing within the area of the rape investigations that there is a level of relationship between the victim and the perpetrator in most of those. And we continue to work very closely with our investigations unit and our proactive patrol to be able to impact those crimes. We have added a column for 2019 to give citizens of the city as well as members of this body an ability to compare current crime trends against a non-COVID year, which would be 2019. We'll go to the next slide, please. This is a slide that depicts where gun violence has been occurring in the city. Over the last 2 weeks, we have started seeing an increase in road rage incidents where disputes on the highway, disputes on city streets have led to gunplay. As we look at these very concerning patterns across the city, we're able to break down in certain areas where we're seeing why we're seeing the crime occur. We've already mentioned escalating disputes We know that narcotics-related gunfire and homicides and aggravated assaults, as well as gang or retaliation, are very close within the groupings of that. So our strategies are being deployed across the wide front to make sure that we're working to address those trends in each of those areas. Number one is our geography-based approach, where proactive members of this department, joined by members of the Georgia State Patrol and Fulton County Sheriff's Department, are being deployed in areas where geographically they are trending. These tend to be open air, where patrol actions can deter criminal activity. Through those efforts, we have seized 512 guns this year across the city. We also continue within many of the geographic areas to see gun violence occurring related to narcotics trade. So far this year, our warrants being served against suspected drug locations are up 25%. And as stated early, with the request for assistance on the robbery patterns, one of our number one areas where we receive complaints of suspected drug activity is from our council members, as well as through our tip line and Crime Stoppers, and any assistance that can be given helping us to advertise that would be very appreciative. Another area of our focus is on targeting those individuals, those persons and bad actors that are driving crime trends across the city. We have formed a partnership with the Fulton County District Attorney, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, as well as our own gang units and homicide and robbery and act assault investigators, targeting those gangs and organized groups that are pushing a certain percentage of crime in our city. Last week, as a result of a 6-month investigation that started after a homicide inside the city of Atlanta, the district attorney announced the indictments against 12 individuals for RICO charges. Those were 105 total counts that were related to weapons charges, aggravated assault, and homicides. We believe those indictments of those 12 individuals is just the start of seeing the fruits born out of the reestablished relationships with our federal partners, the district attorney's office, and the GBI, and we will keep the committee aware of those successes. We've also, at the beginning of this year, established the top 10 most wanted list for the city, where we identified individuals that were wanted for the most egregious crimes. Thanks to tips to Crime Stoppers, 15 individuals have been arrested off that list. And each time, obviously, an arrest is made, we are replacing that with a new individual. And so we want to thank every citizen that has taken the time to call, text, and email Crime Stoppers with information. Each one of those acts contributes to combating the current violent crime that we're seeing in the city. An update quickly on the street racing. So far, year to date, the Atlanta Police Department also joined the Georgia State Patrol, and the Fulton County Sheriff's Department has deployed on the weekends and sometimes during the weekdays special details that are targeting street racing, ATVs, and dirt bikes. Those efforts this year, we continue to see a very proactive response for that. 2,749 traffic stops, which resulted in 3,070 citations, 223 arrests, of which 30 were violating the city ordinance, which makes it illegal to participate in or organize a street racing event, and 159 vehicles were impounded. Starting with this past weekend, the new state statute elevating the penalties for participating in and organizing street races did go into effect. This past weekend, the joint detail resulted in 291 stops, 339 citations issued, 20 vehicles impounded, and 18 arrests. So that is targeting both street racers as well as ATVs. We are noticing the aggressive efforts do cause the individuals to change tactics and disperse to other jurisdictions. And we've been working closely, sharing intelligence and receiving intelligence from the neighboring counties, the neighboring jurisdictions, to be able to move quickly on that. We have also began deploying officers to be stationary in certain areas where intelligence tells us the gathering will be occurring, or that we have a historical gathering of street racers and ATVs, one of those areas being the intersection of Northside Drive and North Avenue. And if we will go to the next slide, please. At the last meeting of the Public Safety Committee, there were 2 pieces of information requested in addition to the response of the audits on license offense activities. One of those pieces of information was a request on the number of calls being received related to water cells at intersections. We provided that for January through April the 27th. You can see that 2 of those months were a decrease over the previous month, while the last 2 months, March and April, were an increase over the previous. And we've also provided the information on the amount of those calls would actually lead to an arrest. Now, in addition to proactive enforcement, issuing citations, we have our PAL unit that are out each week at the intersections, making proactive contact with individuals at the intersections, hopefully prior to 911 call to have them to move along and take appropriate action, but also to refer to services. And in the last 17 months, our PAL unit, in conjunction with the ACT Trauma Center, has provided services to 160 youth. That is a wide range of services, from mentoring to assistance in school to assistance with family issues that may have been identified in the conversation with the officers, to partner with other enforcement activity that may be occurring. We have also began increasing the engagement of the Department of Family and Children Services, DFACS, as we're starting to notice throughout a number of our engagements, both on the arrest side, curtailing the activity, and the engagement that a number of individuals do not have the proper supervision at home or an absent support structure. So the DFACS is being utilized at a higher rate to assist in that. And then so far this year, we've charged 10 parents for parental responsibilities over juveniles, a lot of those related to curfew violations. And then the last item requested by the committee was the Part 1 arrest for up until April 28th of this year, and then showing 2019 and 2020 of the arrests in those areas. We also are seeing an increase in our PAD referrals. PAD is moving into other areas of the city. So far this year, we've had a 182% increase of PAD referrals over this time last year, and an increase of PAD attempts, where we encouraged the individual to engage PAD, and that was declined. It was increased by 286%. Madam Chair, that is the biweekly report of the Police Department. I'll be happy to answer any questions that maybe.
Are there any questions?
Madam Chair, this is Councilmember Winslow. I really want to, I know we did a lot of beating up today, but I want to really commend on the other side. I want to commend the Atlanta Police Department, and because there ought to be an opportunity someplace, and maybe it's with Channel 26, where they can showcase a lot of things that they do. Because APD, they do a lot of good things with young people and with the Police Athletic League, with the Promise Center. And we ought to, heck, if I had to take money out of my budget, maybe that's what I need to do, and allow them to be filmed so that people have an opportunity in the city of Atlanta to see the other side. I had an opportunity to go to something when it was under Chief Shields. It's something that happens every year. It's some kind of an award they give police officers that provide innovative kind of programming or innovative interaction with citizens in different parts of the city. And I was so impressed back in 2019 with what they were doing. I just don't think they're showcased enough. So while we're, bashing them on one side, we also need to acknowledge the things that they're doing on the other side, because they are doing good things. There are those, police officers who are connecting with the community on a day-to-day basis. There was somebody, I think it might have been on Metropolitan Parkway. It was some barbershop. And they got an award because they were kind of in there on a weekly basis, and they were talking to the fellas who were getting their hair cut. And it was kind of a unity piece.
Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, that's where, Cleveland Avenue, yeah. So I think these things are so important as well. And so he kind of, this officer kind of brings us back to home plate, okay? To home plate. And we get in the dugout and we're all one big family again. So I just want the police department to know that let's try to figure out how we can get the whole message out and the whole story out about the other side that they do, because they do good things. And we don't need any more police officers leaving. We need to be able to uplift those officers
that are doing things that we don't know about. And we need to put them on Channel 26. So I'm going to make a commitment to get in touch with whoever I don't even know who the PR person is over there. But I'm going to put the money toward, if they need, to film and do some things where we can put it on our channel, Channel 26, so that they can get some recognition. Okay? So that's my commitment as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winslow, and I agree with everything you said. I really appreciate my police officers in my community, Zone 3, and all across the city. I've never, let me just say, my police officer, I never said defund the police department, none of that, because we need our police officers. And my community residents say that too, so we do appreciate them. And when we're talking about some of the things we're talking about today, I just want us to get it right so we can give them some relief, be more strategic in terms of how we look at things. And so I hope that nobody's looking at that as if we are just attacking them. We just want to get it right. So is there other folks who have questions or comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Deputy Chief Sheriff Baum. I appreciate your presentation. One of the things that jumped out at me was the amount of guns you say that have been stolen. Was that the amount of guns that have been recovered, or the amount of guns that have been reported stolen in Atlanta at this point?
So those were recovered through proactive patrols. Mr. Bond, give me one moment. I'll get you an update on the numbers stolen so far this year.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that, and of course I share the same sentiments as the chair and councilperson Winslow about the job that our Atlanta police officers engage upon. I mean, people don't really realize that it's almost a risk to their life to put the uniform on to go to work, and then all the great things that they do once at work and beyond that. So we do want to continue to lift up those individuals who choose to make Atlanta a career in law enforcement. But I'm very concerned about the number of guns that are continually be stolen for such. I just don't understand why people don't secure their vehicles better to prevent those types of thefts. That would seem an easy way to help our police and to ease the crime in our community if people would simply adopt the clean car campaign on an individual basis for their vehicles. But I still, Madam Chair, and I'll await that information when you have it, Deputy Chief.
Very good, sir. We'll have 40 momentarily.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Chief Sheriff Baum. We will now move on to the Public Defender's Office. Mr. Days, Kenneth Days, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Ken Days. I'm the Director and Chief Public Defender for the City of Atlanta Office of the Public Defender. I'd like to first take a brief moment to go back what was mentioned before and also acknowledge the service to the City of Atlanta of the late Honorable C.T. Martin. Over the course of the years, provided a lot of counsel and guidance, both to me personally and especially to our the Office of Public Defender as a department. Just wanted to definitely acknowledge him in that factor. But today what we want to do is introduce a new initiative that our department has launched this quarter. As I've mentioned here before, there's been a significant evolution in the development and the delivery of public defense services nationwide, which includes assisting clients really with whatever collateral needs they have beyond the court case. And so as a municipal misdemeanor law practice, our office really leads nationwide in service delivery, both inside the courthouse and in the community. So today's introduction, what we're going to do is try to show that essentially sometimes the simplest of things is also can be the most effective and impactful. Slide 2, please. So what has happened is our very diligent and capable client advocates and social workers have implemented a community resource form, or what we've internally sort of referred to as the triage sheet, because what it is a 2-page document that effectively and actively consolidates resources of numerous third-party service providers and outreach organizations, all of whom serve homeless and vulnerable populations. And so quite often, you find that community service providers may change the services that they offer, or they may sometimes lose funding for certain programming, or the type and amount of resources that may be offered could potentially differ from month to month. And of course, COVID has compounded all of those factors. So consistency amongst many of our referral sources has been difficult, to say the least. And so, as has been the dissemination of some of the up-to-date information models amongst those various organizations, and the individuals who also find themselves in need of the services, which are typically our clients. If we can go to slide 3, please. So our client advocates and the social workers who spend much of their day doing assessments and securing resources for clients, they recognize the need for this, and they created a 2-page weekly resource form with their personal emergency contact information on it, as well as real-time, up-to-date locations and phone numbers for various programming that's offered and used by both our clients and the other organizations and service providers. Slide 4, please. And so on this slide, what this shows is the first page of our new community resource form. And as you can see, the first resource are the emergency contact numbers, as I mentioned before, for the social workers and for our client advocates. And also what the current week is that the form is relevant for. So I might add also that the client advocates and the social workers in our department pretty much make themselves available on an on-call basis about 15 to 20 hours each day. So when you're thinking about an individual that may be experiencing homelessness, or even someone who is temporarily insufficiently housed, or even someone who may be a fleeing victim of domestic violence, or someone experiencing a mental health crisis, or another thing that we see quite frequently is someone who may arrive to the city with no funds. And this happens usually at the local bus station, not too far from City Hall. You have somebody who arrives to the city with no funds, no contacts, no knowledge of what resources may be immediately available to them. And so what this form would do is really solve a lot of those issues down to even what the weather forecast will be for the week. Slide 5, please. So on the second page of the form, you notice it has pictures of each service with the locations and numbers written in very large font for those who may have literacy issues, or people who may be like me whose eyes are going bad. That font is able to easily recognize what the service provider is and what services are being provided. And all the providers listed are in regular communication with our office to ensure that all of the information is accurate. And conversely, those providers have begun to use this resource as well to communicate referrals directly to their clients. And so what we try to do is really just eliminate any miscommunications or situations that may inadvertently lead to someone or may lead someone to a resource that may no longer exist, or a resource that may no longer provide a certain service. If we could go to slide 6. We also thought it might be pertinent to let council members see what others think of this community resource form. So the following are email excerpts that we received from some of our provider partners. We can move to slide 7. And what you see is from these testimonies, the utilization from outside service providers and also some city agencies, they're actively using this resource now. So it's become quite popular and a very useful tool. We could please go to slide 8. There's some more positive testimonials from some of our community partners. And then lastly, slide 9. And so what we'd like to do is just thank you all for allowing us an opportunity to present our most recent initiative. And that concludes our presentation. I'd be happy to answer and address any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Is there anybody who has questions? Any questions? Thank you so much, Mr. Day. We will now move on to the Office of City Solicitor, Mr. Rain Carter. Mr. Carter, are you there?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. I'm Rains Carter, City Solicitor, and I'm joined today by Deputy Solicitor Erica Smith. I also am here to give great honor and respect to C.T. Martin, who had an impact upon the city's justice system, the Office of the City Solicitor, and the city as a whole. And just a special acknowledgement to Councilmember Boone for being there for him and following in his footsteps. I'd like to start my presentation by going to page 3. Today, we will discuss our collaboration with the Atlanta Police Department. We will also discuss what we've been doing with record restriction. We have a presentation concerning some of the statutes with street racing. And we want to talk about our nuisance properties initiative and also our community prosecution and outreach. If we would, let's move to slide 4. As many of you know, we have had an ongoing collaboration with the Atlanta Police Department. It involved expanding our efforts in all 6 police zones by being there in terms of staffing, training, and supporting the APD watch team. It has been a tremendous success. We have been able to not only build relationships with APD and our other law enforcement partners, but we're there to support with charging decisions, to do on-the-scene training. We also participate and answer questions that they may have regarding PAD referrals, and it allows us to perform our statutory duty of screening cases. So we're able to start our preliminary screening to make sure that we're in a position to have proper charges before the court. And I want to personally thank Chief Bryant for listening to me when I made that proposal last summer. And I believe it is of tremendous help to our justice system. We have been working with the record restriction statute. Of course, record restriction becomes eligible for people to make sure that their criminal history can be restricted from public view. Now, it's still accessible to law enforcement agencies, but only for criminal justice and investigative purposes. During this past quarter, we have been able to restrict 30 records. Within a year from May of 2020, there have been about 70 requests. So as you can see, with the pace that's been established, we may reach well over 120 to 150 restrictions. And we're very proud to be working with many of the organizations and to do the things that we need to do to help people go on with their lives when they've decided to turn away from criminal activity. What I would like to do now is turn the next part of the presentation over to Deputy Solicitor Erica Smith, and she's going to take you through the other activities. and I am here and available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. I'm Erica Smith, Deputy Solicitor. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Public Safety Committee. If we can advance the slide number 5, please. Our office prosecutes both state charges and local ordinances for street racing. As you heard Deputy Chief Shearbaum tell you, that under our local ordinance, under 150-73 subsection A, that ordinance gives us the ability to prosecute organizers and participants in street racing. So if you are an organizer where you coordinate, facilitate, advertise, or share any kind of information about the location of the illegal street race, or if you participate in the illegal activity, you can be prosecuted in our office. This is distinguished from just a mere bystander, somebody that's a bystander, passerby, or observer who is not aware of the illegal activity. Please advance to page 6. Some of the most common street racing charges we see in the municipal court are racing, speeding, super speeder. And a super speeder is someone who goes over 85 miles per hour on the highway or 75 miles per hour on a 2-lane road or highway, reckless driving, laying drag, and fleeing and attempting to elude. So those are the most common 6 that we see along with the city ordinance violations. If you can advance to number 7. Some of the things that we're doing in the Office of the City Solicitor to prosecute these cases, again, we're vigorously prosecuting all of the racing cases, whether it's a city ordinance or it's a state charge. We're asking that jail time is imposed, that the driver's license is suspended, community service, that the defendant is required to take defensive driving, and traffic classes. We're also working closely with APD to provide training and advise and educate our officers. We want to make sure that the charging instrument, which is the ticket itself, contains all the elements that we need to be able to successfully prosecute our racing cases. We're also moving the court to suspend the license of racers and chronic super speeders while their cases are pending. For example, if someone wants a jury trial, we do not have jury trials in our municipal court, but we're asking that when that case is bound over the state court of Fulton County, that race license is suspended before his case, while his case is pending and before that case is disposed of. If we could move to slide 8. One of the most critical areas that we've been working on this quarter is that we partner with the administration and various city departments to form a weekly subcommittee and a bi-weekly committee meeting to resolve the ongoing problem of nuisance property. We have gotten with code enforcement, APD code enforcement, and the law department. Can you all hear me? I'm sorry.
You're kind of muffled. You go in and out. It's almost like you start for a moment and then all of a sudden you kind of get muffled and then you come back. So I don't know, maybe you're moving your phone a certain way, but if you could just try to be consistent. We can hear you clearly now. But I don't know what happens at some point. You just kind of go out for a minute, but then you come back. But try to work.
My apologies. I don't know if it's my phone line, but I'm going to put the phone directly to my mouth. I'm sorry. Well, we have partnered with code enforcement and the law department to obtain our initial 25 titles for the 25 properties that we have filed nuisance actions on in municipal court. We also have been successful in going to Superior Court and asking for a temporary injunction. By asking for injunctive relief, I know that the committee was talking about this, by closing clubs or closing properties down. By getting this temporary injunction, we were able to ask that one of the clubs close until we were able to adjudicate that case. So we are asking for injunctive relief, and we are asking Superior Court to close businesses down. We have several upcoming hearings for the whole month of May. May 12th, we have a nuisance hearing coming up, as well on May 19th, May 26th, and on June 9th. On June 16th, we're actually bringing 2 properties to court on that particular date. So we are quickly moving these actions.
you're kind of muffled now. I don't know what you're doing, but you're muffled. You're kind of going back in and out again. So I don't know what you're doing, but you're muffled a little bit.
Okay, is this better?
That's it.
Okay. Again, we are aggressively bringing these properties to the court system. From the time that we file the initial filing, we have up until 45 days in order to get them nuisance actions heard. If we could advance the slide to number 10, slide number 10. In working in our communities, we continue to have our code enforcement details on a weekly basis. In the month of January, we were able to complete 264 property inspections. Those inspections that were completed and warnings were issued where required. In February, we completed over 368 inspections, and in March, there were over 388 property inspections completed and warnings issued. If you can advance to page 11. In this quarter, we've had several outreach programs and initiatives. Our Young Litigators Project, Deputy Solicitor Angie Taylor served as the attorney coach for our team in the students from my school. This year, our team actually won the award for Best Overall Team, and one of our team members got the award for Best Speaker. In March, on the 5th and the 25th of the month, we partnered with Atlanta Public Schools and attended virtual career day events at King Middle School and at Slater Elementary School. Also on the 25th of the month, we partnered with Morehouse College Department of Student Conduct, Advocacy, and Accountability for You and the Law, which was an open discussion between students and law enforcement. Deputy Solicitor Wanda Graham was on the panel for our office. Also on the panel was the president of Morehouse, David Thomas, as well as representatives from the Fulton County DA's office. Chief Bryant and Assistant Chief Court was there, and attendants as well as the police officers from Spelman, Morehouse, and Clark Atlanta, to name a few. Some of the discussions ranged from telling the students that there's different laws in different states. For example, in the state of Georgia, driving offenses for misdemeanors here, where they might not be that in their home state. And we also talked about the various diversion programs at city and state levels in an effort to prevent youthful offenders from developing a criminal history. Next slide, please. We also continued our work in the community with our food drive. We partnered with council members Boone, Phyllis, Braun, Jackson Memorial Baptist Church, the Atlanta Community Food Bank, and Maxine Impact to successfully assist in serving over 1,500 families in the city of Atlanta who is experiencing food insecurity. On the slide 13, this just gives you a picture of what we've done in this quarter with our food drive and working with many of our city departments in order to make sure that we are healthy individuals in our community. And at this time, if you have any questions for myself or Mr. Carter, we'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Questions from my colleagues? Any questions?
I had a quick question, and I'm not sure if it relates to what you're doing or not, but when the homeless used to come through your court system, I'm understanding that maybe one of the reasons they didn't get all the help that they needed at the time is because there was money that needed to be sent, not with them, but when they went to a facility in order for them to be taken care of and to be brought back to some type of level of normalcy, that money needed to be placed in, with an agency. Is that true, or is that something that needs to take place in terms of maybe CDBG monies that can be given out to the court system?
Well, Councilmember Winslow, I can't really definitively answer that question, but I do know that there's several entities that offer resources to our homeless community. As Mr. Days was saying, the public defender has resources. I know that CAD offers resources as well, and the court actually has a homeless court. But again, many of these programs, if not all of them, are voluntary, where the homeless population that they're helping have to want to have that service. So I can get back with you to really definitively answer your question, but that's what I know of how many entities that we work with within the municipal court.
Okay,
and each of them and they're all budgeted differently.
Okay, all right. If you could get back with me, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I do have a question, Ms. Smith. This nuisance property initiative that you all have, is there a list? And I know, are you doing it in conjunction with the police department? Or you all are not just doing it, this is in conjunction with how many different departments are involved with this?
Councilmember, there are, I think almost every department in the city of Atlanta is represented on our committee. The mayor's office, zoning, planning, APD code enforcement, APD license and permits, Department of Revenue, the water. Almost every city department is represented, because when we look at these properties, we look at them, look at the whole thing. What kind of license do they have? Are they up on all of the licensing that they need? Have they renewed? So, and we look at the cause of service. So we look at property in totality. So every city department has a buy-in on what's going on with the property.
Okay, so my question, I think more specifically is, I know some properties, like I know there's one in my district that we talked about. We went out there once, but I haven't gotten an update on it. So I know some of these are ongoing, some of them have been closed. Who do I go to ask for in this committee? And this body needs to know, number one is per district, council district, where are the nuisance properties, what are the statuses at this point? Are they closed? Are they in court? Have they complied? What is the status? Who do we keep up with it? How do we keep up with that?
I can definitely tell you, give you a listing of all the properties that are in court, and give you a listing of the properties that that we have full title work on. I can provide that to you.
What about, until I go back to the police department, who identifies these nuisance properties?
The nuisance properties are identified, again, on several levels. We look at calls of service, how much of our city resources are being used on these properties. And many of them, there's no threshold number, but many of these properties within a year's time have over 200 calls of service. So we look at the calls of service, we look at the type of crime that's being generated on those calls. Are they part one crimes, which are your homicides, your ag assaults, larceny? We look at the type of crime that's going on at the property. And again, we look at the property itself. It's in a dilapidated form. Do they have junk, trash, and debris? Are they up with their solid waste? So we look at a lot of things with these properties.
I think the question I'm asking more, Ms. Smith, is if I ask for a report on this at my next public safety meeting, not just of what's in court, but number one is, who would I go to that says, give me a list of all the nuisance properties? This is an initiative that I think was kicked off. Would that be the mayor's office or something? What?
No, the properties that we actually got from the police department.
So the police department is initiating this nuisance property initiative. Is that correct?
Yes, many of the properties that we have right now, the listing was generated by the police department based on.
So they've given us one list, but how do we keep up? So I guess I need to call the police department and ask, how do we keep up with the status at this point? I guess that's not true. I mean, it would be great if you sent us a copy of what you have. I would love for you to do that. what's in court. But just keeping up this nuisance property initiative and see where it's going. So I'll reach back out to the police department. And Ms. Lindo, can you put that as a request? And so we reach back out to the police department to see where we are with this nuisance property initiative and what's the status of it and ongoing.
Will do, Madam Chair.
All right. And Madam Chair, just a quick note that the listing is a rolling list. It builds from week to week. So we just added a new part.
But it would not be good to know, the council members to know where it is in their district and all of that. Who knows? We may want to add something to it. We want to make sure you got all of them. So we may want to add something to the list. So I think it would be good for us to actually interact with the council members too. So we just need to get a report of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? But thank you for your work.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else have questions? Thank you so much, Ms. Smith and Mr. Carter. We appreciate your work.
And Madam Chair, my apologies for my technical difficulties for my voice going in and out.
Okay, no problem. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we will now move on the consent agenda with claims, favorable and unfavorable recommendations. And so we will take items 1 through 14. These are, I'm sorry, Mr. Bond, you have a question?
I wanted to ask some questions of the fire chief and the law department.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're right. You did ask that. Is the fire chief here? The fire chief. I know that Ms. Lindo has asked, I believe, to have him be available. And you're right.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Rod Smith here, Fire Chief. How are you today, council members?
Thank you. Mr. Bond has some questions for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief. And I'll be brief. I saw a news report last week where some of our firemen down on the Jonesboro Road area there, fire station was victimized by burglary. And what I wanted to ask is there, I'm sure there's probably some level of review going on about the security of the fire stations. Can you update us on what that review might entail and what type of resources you might need from the council to help to address that?
Yes, sir. So what we have here is this crime is typically cyclical in nature, and that every couple of years the fire stations become victims because the cars are parked there for lengthy periods of time. What we've done is begun an assessment of all of the gated areas in which we park our vehicles to make sure that they are secure and that they can ward off crime, as well as continuation of the camera program, which will be connected to the VIC to make sure that those cameras are tied in and can be monitored regularly.
Somebody came up here in an Audi.
As it relates to fire station,
and I didn't see them until they were leaving.
Ms. Robertson, you need to get out. You're not muted. Amber, you're not muted.
As it relates to Fire Station 2, what we determined was that the rear gate had been compromised, and we have the fencing company that should be out there today repairing that gate and replacing it, some razor wire up on the bottom so that that fence cannot be compromised again.
Okay, that's excellent. I know that the fencing in the front was higher than the fencing in the back. Are they going to make it all even, or will the razor wire suffice?
So the razor wire should suffice. We've determined that they came in up under the gate in the back. There was a void up under that space. And so we're going to secure that space, as well as we're reiterating to the stations to make sure that once the cars are in for the shift, that they lock all gates to protect their vehicles.
Okay, and there's one last thing. And I know that you're constantly trying to perform maintenance and upgrade to all of the different fire stations. I know you're going to do a budget presentation next week, but can you just give us a quick synopsis of what you might be asking for in the way of facilities maintenance?
So facilities maintenance, we have been working very closely with the administration as well as DEAM. And we have identified that the majority of the building maintenance responsibility will be shifted to them. And they are prepared to speak on that when they do their presentation.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I appreciate it.
No problem.
And I had one other question for the law department, Madam Chair. Another issue came up. I don't know if Ms. Robinson is still there or not.
Yes, good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
I was also questioned by the media last week on an issue surrounding the scooters and the, I guess it's the liability agreement that are attached before, as you're registering, I guess, to ride or to use those scooters. And I just have two questions. One is, at this point, since these permits for operations have been issued by the city, do we have the ability or authority to go back and impose or question the type of contract that that said company can engage in with an individual seeking to use the scooter? Can we? I don't think it's the case, but we cannot go back at this point and say, hey, you need to have this provision or that provision in your usage agreement, or you can't operate in the city. Are you following what I'm trying to articulate?
I do. I'm following what you're asking. I think the question is, after a permit has been issued, are we able to alter the terms of that permit within that permit year? In general, no, that's not something that would be permissible. However, I have not looked into this particular situation, so I cannot speak to the details of whether or not, in this particular instance, that would be possible. Generally, that's not. We'd be happy to look into it.
Okay, yes, and I'd like if you'd be so amenable to do so, and also, is that something that we can do in the future? Since the licensing agreement is between the company and the individual, does a municipality even have that authority to stipulate what could be in their usage agreement?
Again, I think I'd ask that we be permitted to research that.
Okay. No, that's fine. If you could get back to us and share the answer with the committee, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Bond. And Ms. Linda, I hope you noted what Mr. Bond requested, and so we can move forward with his request. Thank you.
Noted. Madam Chair, I had a quick question of the fire chief. I'm not sure he's still on the line. If he's not, I can get with him later.
Fire Chief Smith,
yes,
are you still there?
Okay. Yes, ma'am, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can. So thank you so much. And I think I heard you correctly. I just wanted to make sure. So fire station number 7, behind the fire station, there was an ancillary building, and there were some homeless people that had been back there. I'm not sure if they're still there. So is the responsibility for any cleaning out of that back area, is that under OEAM? Is that what I understood you to say?
Yes, ma'am. That will be a responsibility of DEAM, but we are working with them to get that done as quickly as possible.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I'll follow up with them first, though. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Winslow. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. We will now move to the consent agenda. We will take claims that are favorable. They're 1 through 14. Is there a motion to accept those claims?
Move to accept. Second by Winslow.
Moved by Mr. Bond, second by Ms. Winslow. Ms. Lindo, we're ready for the vote. My vote is a yay, Ms. Linda. I gotta love that.
Yay, boom. Yay, boom.
Thank you, Ms. Boone. Ms. Lindo, are we finished with the vote?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on mute. That's 7 yeas, 0 nays. Those items are favorable.
Okay, thank you. We're now moved to claims that are unfavorable, and those are items 15 through 32. Is there a motion?
Second by Winslow.
Motion by Bond, second by Winslow. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
The vote is open, Madam Chair.
Ms. Bloom, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Vote closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. Those items have been adversed.
Thank you, Ms. Lindo. We're now at items up under J, our ordinance for the first read. Could you sound that, Ms. Lindo?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's ordinance 21-0272. This is an ordinance by Public Safety and Legalization Committee amending the 2021 Intergovernmental Grant Fund budget, Department of Police, by subtracting from anticipations and appropriations and therefore closing out the grant in the amount of $1,875,000 for the 2017 Community-Oriented Police Servicing Hiring Program Award, number listed herein, from the United States Department of Justice Community-Oriented Policing Services Office for the purpose of closing out the grant and for other purposes.
Thank you, Ms. Lindo. We'll accept that in as a first read. We'll now move to items from the regular agenda, ordinance for second read. Could you sound the first one, Ms. Lindo?
Yes, Madam Chair, and this is a substitute, and it just changed the caption, so if I can have a motion to bring the substitute forward.
Motion to bring the substitute forward. Is there a second?
Second, Winslow.
Okay, we're ready for the vote. Mr. Bond. Bond, how do you? Okay. Ms. Boone.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. This item has been substituted. This is 21-0223. This is an ordinance by Public Safety, a substitute ordinance by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the City of Atlanta on behalf of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department to accept donations of tangible goods during fiscal year 2022 from the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation, excluding real estate and monetary donations, the total value of which shall not exceed $75,000, and to require the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department to prepare a report detailing the donations accepted in accordance with the authority granted by this ordinance to be provided to the Department of Finance and to be presented to the Atlanta City Council on a quarterly basis and for other purposes. And Madam Chair, the substitute just inserted that the grant, that the donations were only for fiscal year 2022.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions? Is there a motion? Boom. Thank you, Ms. Boone. Who was the second?
Second.
Mr. Bond. Motion by Ms. Boone, second by Mr. Bond. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
The vote is open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you.
Votes closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable on substitute.
Thank you. We're now at item number 3. Ms. Lindo, would you sound that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's ordinance 21-0259. It's an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki to amend Chapter 74, Environment, Article 4, Nuisances of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to add new code section 74-175 to create a violent conduct nuisance ordinance wherein it shall be established that multiple incidents of violent conduct or crime within certain properties in the city and circumstances on such properties that foster or contribute to the commission of violent crimes, endanger the public health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the city shall be considered a public nuisance, and to amend Chapter 10, Alcoholic Beverages, Article 2, Division 2, Subdivision 3, Section 10-109 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to provide that a violation of the city's violent conduct nuisance ordinance shall be due cause for the denial of applications for all alcoholic beverage licenses or for the transfer of location or the transfer of ownership or for the revocation, suspension, or refusal to renew any license or for the assessment of a fine in regard to any license and for other purposes.
Mr. Faruqi, this is your legislation. Would you like to speak to it, please?
Sure, I'm happy to, Madam Chair, and I may ask the Law Department just to weigh in on the basis of this as well. As we've heard, and most of us know, but also we've heard today, are tools for combating some of the increase in violent crime we've seen are somewhat limited when it comes to nightclubs and bars where we see kind of repeated incidents of violence, both on property and immediately outside of it. And so this paper is intended to give the city a little more muscle in responding to some of the trouble spots we see in districts across the city. So I maybe want to pause there and ask the legal department to weigh in on just the basis for the city's authority to do so under this proposed ordinance.
Good afternoon.
Oh, excuse me. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Council President, and members of the committee. My name is Joe Siegelman with the Law Department, and our group worked on this legislation. So Councilmember Faroki summed up the legislation well. This will give APD another opportunity to pursue nuisance properties in the city of Atlanta. Basically, what the ordinance would do is establishments where violent crime or violent conduct occurs and there are multiple incidents of that violent crime or violent conduct, that would establish a nuisance and would be considered a danger to the public health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the city. And thereafter, the owner of the establishment or the person in charge, including another property manager, for example, they would be put on notice of the violent crime or conduct at these locations and would be given an opportunity to abate or fix the condition that is contributing to the violent crime or conduct. And if other incidents occur still on those properties at those establishments, at that point it could be considered a nuisance pursuant to this ordinance, and legal action could be brought, essentially establishing the establishment or property as a nuisance, and would give APD another avenue to close these troublesome properties down where these violent crime and violent conduct are occurring.
And Madam Chair, this is Councilmember Faroki, if I may, can I ask a question, Legal Department?
Yes.
So I will say I think there's some urgency to this legislation given what we've seen around the city for over a year, and so I think this is a useful tool for the city to have. My only question is what does multiple mean with respect to, I realize this is my piece of legislation, the administration also is supportive of it and helped draft it, so the administration may want to speak to it, but I do think we probably need a little more clarity on what multiple means. Is it twice? Is it 3 times? Is it subject to the discretion of the city? Has there been any thought given to what multiple incidents means?
So, Councilmember Faruqi, I will address that first. So there definitely is some discretion built into the language of the ordinance, and multiple is intentionally not defined or specifically defined within this ordinance. So multiple clearly would mean more than one, and an example might be if there's an incident of violent crime or conduct, and then shortly thereafter, within a short period of time, 1 month, 2 months, even 3 months perhaps, and there is a repeat event of this violent crime or conduct, that could constitute multiple incidents that would subject the establishment to being a nuisance under this legislation. Alternatively, if there are multiple, say 2 incidents over a long period of time, over the course of a year or even multiple years, that may not be sufficient to constitute a nuisance under this ordinance. But we wanted there to be sufficient discretion without being too terribly specific, making enforcement more difficult or troublesome unnecessarily.
And is it the law department's opinion that I use this term in a positive way, I suppose, that ambiguity is sustainable in court? So the due process consideration is certainly taken into account into this ordinance, which is the notice element. And any establishment that where a violent event, a conduct or crime occurs, they will be given notice and an opportunity to abate the nuisance, to deal with the conditions contributing to the violent acts. And if no action is taken and another incident occurs or several incidents occur, then they will be subject to this ordinance. And I guess to more directly answer your question, no, we don't believe that discretion would be problematic as far as consistency of enforcement or due process consideration. Great. I mean, I would just add in my closing remark here, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you. I'm assuming there may be someone else who wants to talk, but I think that given that there's provision for an opportunity for the establishment to cure or to correct circumstances which may foster or allow for violence to happen, I'm comfortable with the explanation of the law department and moving it forward. And so my final comment will be that I move to approve. I suspect there may be other comments from folks in the city or from my colleagues, but I do put a motion on the floor to approve.
Okay, and I'll ask for a second, but I do have a comment following what you just said, so I don't know if anybody wants to second it, but I do have some questions.
I'll second it, but I also have questions.
Okay, Mr. Bond, second it. Here's where you were going in terms of the number. I'm still kind of confused about that because I find it. So we're not going to put a number on it in terms of what's the fine. You said it's a nuisance. How many times does a nuisance can a person have that establishment to have a nuisance? 2 or 3 times in a year? 1 time in a year? I like the fact that we have legislation that says that, because sometimes now it's left up to the discrepancy of the LRB board. I've seen due causes and stuff like that where they'll come in and say, well, because of this, we're not going to renew your license at the end of the year, or we're going to take your license from you because we found this and this and this will happen. But now we're saying that it's going to be legislation. That how do we determine what the number is going to be? That's left up to the discrepancy of the officers of the police department. Who makes that decision? Who will make that decision?
So this is Joe Siegman again with the law department. So the decision of whether to bring a nuisance action would likely fall within the Solicitor General's office as to whether or not a nuisance action should be brought, and there's sufficient evidence under this ordinance to bring that action. APD would be responsible for providing the notice to the property or establishment that violent conduct or crime has occurred at the location and that there are conditions contributing to that, and explain that those need to be corrected to prevent future similar events. And if they are not, and future violent conduct or crime does occur, then they would be subject to this ordinance and being declared a nuisance.
So by the second time, if it happened again, would that automatically make them a nuisance and their license would be revoked? Is it by 2 times? Who's speaking?
No.
Councilmember Shepherd, can you hear me? This is Amber.
Yes.
Okay. I think I can clear up a little bit of this. So it's perfectly constitutional to not name the exact number of violent incidents which would constitute a nuisance. That's common in the nuisance jurisprudence, frankly. This is something that would be ultimately in the discretion of the law enforcement agency that would initially bring the notice of the nuisance, and they would have to articulate in the charging document why they believe that the particular number of incidents and the nature of the incidents at the location constituted a nuisance. Of course, then the owner or operator of the subject property would have an opportunity to challenge that initial determination in the charging document as they went through the due process that's afforded to them, and they would ultimately have an opportunity to challenge that determination. But we do believe that in order for nuisance actions to operate in the manner in which we would like to see them done, to give the flexibility to our law enforcement agencies in order to bring these actions, that it's appropriate not to specify some actual magic number of what would constitute a nuisance. Also, to do so actually, even though it might be kind of counterintuitive, could be seen as the addition of an arbitrary number in the legislation. So for the legislation to remain constitutionally sound, we actually think that it makes more sense to not have a number added.
Okay. All right. If you're saying legally, that's how we have to do it. I think this is good because it is making it a nuisance. It's another flag, another tool we can use, but interesting to see how much this works. I'm sorry, I think Mr. Bond is second. Mr. Bond, you had a question.
Yes, and I may withdraw my second as I've listened to the conversation. I guess my question is, if it's rests with the solicitor, so I guess I'm trying to understand how it would work. I think this is a great idea. I want to do that first. But I'm trying to figure out how would you bring, or how do you get to the point where the solicitor has the case? So, if APD amasses more than one complaint on any liquor license holder, then the city solicitor, then the city solicitor presents, I guess, a municipal indictment against the club owner or property owner, and then they wind up in municipal court, correct?
Yes, Councilmember Bond, that's correct. The solicitor would bring the nuisance action against the establishment or property.
And that's within the municipal court. So please correct me if I'm mistaken. The municipal court designates them as a nuisance, and so then they go to the license review board for them to revoke the license.
So that is part of the legislation as well, that a violation of this ordinance, it being declared a nuisance property by the municipal court, would be considered due cause for the purpose of revoking an alcoholic beverage license.
and so that would be automatic.
A due cause package would need to be prepared, and there would be a due cause hearing before the license review board at that time.
Well, what I'm saying is that once the court has made that determination, then it is automatic that the due cause investigation by police would begin, triggering the appearance before the license review board.
Well, neither or they could be done independent of one another. But anyway, I'm sorry. I'm getting some additional information to make sure I'm informing you correctly. But yes, the violation of this violent conduct nuisance ordinance would be due cause for the denial of new alcoholic beverage license related to the same establishment or property.
Okay, and I guess it's just to further clarify. So once the court has made this determination, I know that is it automatic that the police will then begin the due cause process, or would someone have to say, hey, they've been designated a nuisance, I'd like to ask for this action to begin? Or is it automatic from the court designation that would trigger APD to then go to due cause procedures? That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Councilmember Vaughn, this is Amber Robinson. Just quickly, so the finding of the nuisance here is due cause. It's actually a fact that can be brought against a licensee for due cause for the revocation of the license. The bringing of the due cause is something that the APD has to take action to do. Doesn't mean that a citizen has to file a complaint and ask that happen, but it is something that has to be done. There is no such mechanism whereby anything can automatically find its way onto the agenda for a license review board matter. It has to be initiated by the police department in the same way that selling to an underage has to be initiated by the police department and go to the license review board.
Well, but can it be? Well, okay, I will. But the reason why I was considering throwing my second is not because I do not support it. I do support this legislation, but I just feel that whenever we're making changes to businesses and how they operate, that we ought to have at least a public hearing about it to allow for input from those who we are affected by our actions. And so I guess I would ask the author of the legislation and the chair if we can have a public hearing on the legislation prior to taking an action, just to give those who would be subject to this a chance to comment publicly on it.
Mr. Farrugia, I'll let you start.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councilmember Bond, for your concern. I find it somewhat curious that for some papers on public safety there's urgency, and others there's not. To me, there's urgency on all these papers. But I think the law department's explanation has been pretty thorough. There's no revocation due process with this legislation. There's still a full hearing. APD still has to go out and cite, and there has to be some level of kind of intense multiplicity of events. I think the law department was pretty clear in saying if there's an event 1 year and another event 2 years later, that's not likely to trigger this ordinance. But if there's, as there have been in my district, and I'm sure many of yours, repeated violent incidents at nightclubs or just outside that have affected nearby residents and businesses, and sometimes resulted in murders, this is a very useful tool. Would have been useful over the last 12 months to make our city safer. And so I'm comfortable with it moving forward today. Obviously, it requires this body voting to do so, but my motion on the floor still stands.
Well, I haven't withdrawn my Mr. Farrugia, and I do believe the issue is urgent. But as I was trained by, we mentioned him today, Councilmember C.T. Martin, and he was chair of public safety. And I had the one past most restrictive alcohol licensing ordinance in the country that was copied many, many, many times across the nation, was only stopped here by the legislature and the alcohol lobby. So I do share the urgency. But one of the things that was that he imported to me and that and other senior members of the council at the time was that if you're passing legislation that affects, even though some of these businesses that would be fall subject to this would, by definition of falling subject to this, be undesirable, but that if you're passing legislation that affects an industry, that you just normally give the industry a crack at it in the way of commenting on it before you take final action. So that was my only concern. I share all the concerns that have been raised here today about these communities, and also bolster and stand behind the comments I made earlier, is not to slow this legislation down, but it was only in that concern. And of course, as I'll also point out, I have not withdrawn my second. So I wanted to hear the concerns that you might have, and that what the concerns of the chair, and I'll be comfortable moving forward if that is the will of the body.
So Madam Chair, this is Councilmember Winslow. I know that Councilmember. May I speak? Okay, just wanted to be recognized. Okay, thank you. And I know that Councilmember Faroki has had some challenges on Edgewood Avenue and perhaps some other areas in the district that I'm not aware of. I've also had some challenges in Castleberry Hill, so previous to his challenges on Edgewood, but I think his have kind of multiplied over the last month. So I think if there's something that we can do to help alleviate any shootings or, loss of life, I think that's the direction that he's going toward. And, sometimes businesses just need to kind of provide some extra protection or security. I think all of us, Councilmember Bond, you and I, we had our day in the sunshine when I don't know if you went on Campbellton Road, but I mean, there were places that we all went to have a good time and to enjoy ourselves. And we just want to make sure that when people go out, that they're safe. And so people in the industry need to understand, if you're going to have businesses, you need to provide a safe environment. And so am I correct, Councilmember Faroki, that this is part of what you're trying to do is to emphasize a safe environment so that when people go out, they'll be able to leave and go home alive and not on a stretcher or going to a funeral home?
Yes, Councilmember Winslow. I think that's a very apt and stark way to put it. I think we're all of us on the committee are on the same page here. We want there to be safe nightlife. I would argue that our city needs to ensure we have robust and healthy nightlife. I think any great global city has as such, and has been proven in other places, and many times here you can do it and be safe. This is I will tell you, it's not just Edgewood Avenue, my district. I have Midtown and downtown. Probably 2 or 3 clubs that have been repeated sites of gun violence. One of them is squatting and is refusing to leave the property, even though the landlord itself has said you got to leave, and they won't leave. So it's and I'm sure this is replicating itself. I know from talking to many of you and watching the news, it's happening in other parts of town as well. And so it's not meant to cram nightlife in our city. I mean, I think part of our brand and part of what makes our city great is a vibrant nightlife, but it can and should be done safely, and this gives the city, I think, a very useful tool to address the most dangerous places. And again, I think, to Councilmember Bond, to your point, I understand your concern, but
there's opportunity to cure on the part of the establishment if something's happening repeatedly. That's built into the legislation. This legislative process itself, this is not for immediate consideration. It's been introduced to council last week. It's here at committee this week. If it passes out of committee, we'll vote on it next week. There'll be time for more comments, and the full council can fully debate it as well. But I'm comfortable moving it forward. You know, if the body really feels like we need to do a public session with interested stakeholders, you know, that y'all can vote down this motion. But I think that we will be better placed and safer as a city if we can get this in place as quickly as possible. And I don't think it cramps or hurts unduly the restaurant or nightclub industry. I think it makes it better for everyone. And frankly, those who are great operators, I think, would appreciate increased safety so that their patrons will feel safe coming out to their establishments.
So we have a motion and a second at this point. And so unless there's other questions, we should go ahead and do the vote. Are we all in agreement? Let's move forward. Ms. Lindo.
Yes.
One moment, the vote is open, Madam Chair. Everyone, please vote.
Mark me as an aye. I got to get back in the system real quickly.
Boone, yes. Boone, yes. Winslow, yes.
Okay, thank you. Votes closed, 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Faruqi. We'll now move to item number 4. Ms. Lindo, could you sound that, please?
Madam Chair, Ordinance 21-02-67. This is an ordinance by Councilmember Jennifer and I to amend Chapter 10, Alcoholic Beverages, to require that all alcohol licenses issued by the City of Atlanta shall be posted and displayed in a public and conspicuous place on the premises of the licensee's establishment, to require that all alcohol licenses issued by the City of Atlanta shall have printed thereon the specific designation or type of establishment for which the license has been issued, the general allowed days and hours of operation for the location, and written notice to the licensee that the license with the hours of operation must be posted in a public and conspicuous place within establishment for which the license was issued and for other purposes.
Thank you, Ms. Lindo. And I believe Ms. Jennifer I, Councilman I, are you on the call? And Ms. Falk,
I am.
Ms. I,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. This paper has come, I think the caption pretty much explains what it does, but it's come about after the paper that was passed a few months ago that will do the audit of restaurants to make sure that they are truly acting as restaurants and selling the right proportion of food, and the 5% package stores. And as part of trying to work out the logistics of that, we discovered that the information of whether somebody was a restaurant or a nightclub isn't actually printed on the liquor license and actually wasn't tracked within the finance system. And so with some discussions and so we were having to, in a very manual way, pull that universe of documents because all finance had was on-premise or off-premise. And so we've been working on it since then to be able to do that audit. But out of that came this idea that we should print it on the license, put it into the finance database and print it on the license. And then any beat officer that responds to a call will be able to just look at the license itself also and know whether that facility is, a restaurant or a nightclub or et cetera, and they'll know the hours of operation. So I've worked with, this was actually an idea of one of my zone commanders, and I've worked with finance about what they would have to do on their side, and law has signed off on it. So it's fairly clerical, but I think it will really help APD. And when there are other issues that come up where we want to be able to know exactly what kind of liquor license establishments have, it will provide that information. And Amber Robinson helped draft this, so she can answer. She can chime in if I didn't capture everything there.
Well, Ms. Ide, I did talk to Ms. Robinson earlier. I was asking questions about it, and I think it's pretty much very defined. People may have questions about it, but Ms. Robinson, if you're here, can you just kind of talk about what we talked about earlier, the fact that we kind of, to some extent, duplicating some of the state legislation, but it just now mandates at a city level we do the same thing. And a case in point, and again, I agree with Ms. Ide. When the police officers walking in and they're trying to look for stuff, and as I said earlier, a lot of times police officers are not even sure what they're looking for. They say it's compliance, but if there's something actually on the wall that a police officer can walk up to and say, okay, based on this particular place, this is what should be here in terms of legality. Alcohol.
And that's that's the exact situation I had recently where, the police responded to a club on a Sunday and the manager told them they were a restaurant allowed to be open, and which was not true, but there wasn't anything, they didn't have the license there for the APD to be able to say for certain that's not right.
That's right. That's right. And that's when we were talking earlier, Ms. Robinson, I was talking, I like it because, again, if a police officer go in, if it's not clearly defined on the wall somewhere and they don't have information, unless they got to pull it up and look at it, they don't know. But by doing this, you can say that the hours of this particular operation should be from 7 or 5 in the evening until 12 o'clock at night, or until 3 or 4 to 2 o'clock, whatever our rules are. In terms of that, that way the police officers, when they're walking in, they can see that. If they're not in compliance, they know that it's out and that they can do something about it, but making it much more clear. So I think it's a great idea. Ms. Robinson, if you want to add anything else to it?
Thank you, Councilmember Ide and Councilmember and Chair Shepherd. That y'all are, of course, both exactly right. I will just say this does, as you mentioned, Councilmember Shepherd, that this is kind of mimics what is already a requirement under state law concerning a state-issued alcohol license. Because this is required for the state alcohol license. It's often the display component of this legislation is actually generally voluntarily undertaken by the licensees. However, because it's never been required to be displayed, the local alcohol license, the information that both you and Councilmember Ide have pointed out that would likely be in aid of the enforcement of the alcohol license by the Atlanta Police Department has not been required to be on the alcohol license. So this would do both. It requires the display as well as the printing of the alcohol license with the pertinent information of the type of establishment and generally allowable hours of operation.
Thank you. Are there questions for any of my other colleagues? Motion? I'll make a motion to approve.
Second, Hillis. Second. Sorry, go ahead, you go ahead, Justin.
So there's been a motion and a second. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
The vote is open, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond.
Aye.
Ms. Boone. Has Ms. Boone already voted, Ms. Lindo?
One moment, Madam Chair. No, she has not.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's 7 yeas, 0 nays. Madam Chair, that item is favorable, and this is also a dual referral, and this item will appear on the FEC agenda on Wednesday.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ide.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Lingo, we will now move to resolutions. Would you sound item number 5, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's 21R 3437. The resolution by Councilmember Joyce M. Shepherd to extend the existence of the Code Enforcement Commission for a period of 24 months, effective from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2023, and for other purposes.
Thank you. This is the Code Enforcement Commission that has been around for quite some time, and it comes up for renewal X amount of time. So today we're asking that it be renewed for an additional 24 months. Code enforcement for folks, I think most people know what it does, but this is a commission that looks at code enforcement in terms of all issues. We're getting ready to actually have a Code Enforcement Academy starting on May 22nd. But this is where entities of departments come together, from code enforcement up under the police department to watershed, the public works department, to the court systems, the judge, from the court system, municipal court, the city solicitors, the public defenders. It's an array of different departments who come together and they look at code violations. And these code violations are specifically driven around property and the public right-of-way. And we started out years ago looking at this. And, you know, I would like to say that I think it's been very successful in terms of really looking at it, making us go into in-depth and looking at how every department work differently and how we should collaborate, because a lot of times they're in silos. We have been seeing so many cases since we've been involved with this Code Enforcement Commission that you're sitting there together as different departments. They said, you know what, I never knew that you all did that, and we should have been working with you all a long time ago. We didn't even know that that was going on. And it's made a lot. 311 is involved with it. It's a watershed is involved with it. It goes on and on. We even have people from the state Environmental Protection Division is involved with it. And so we've had Fulton County come and talk to us about it. But it's really looking at code enforcement specifically around blighted buildings and public right-of-way that has been very sustainable and keep land vehicles involved. Also, I forgot them. And I'm thinking about other folks. If I've missed anybody, I apologize. I don't have a list in front of me right now. But this Code Enforcement Commission has been going on for quite some time. Mr. Hillis was on it for a minute before he became a council member, and I think he did a good job also. And I think it has been very beneficial in helping us to really deal with code violations. We also have citizens on it, as a matter of fact. That's the other thing. We have citizens from across the city who are actually on it. They love it. Our training class is going to start. Code Enforcement Academy, the Code Enforcement Commission, is going to start on the 22nd. And right now we have over 60 people who are registered. And this is the first time we'll be doing it virtual. But every time we have a class, the community loves it because it actually trains our citizens out in the community on how city services work. They understand how to report things, understand it more. And so as a result of that, it has been and we actually print out a booklet also. So anyway, I just will go on and on. But we want to extend it because it's at a point now that folks saying we're not quite finished with the work yet. So the motion is to extend it based on the resolution of 4 years.
Winslow seconds, and I just want to say you've been doing this work way before you became a city council member, okay? And so we appreciate that. That's right, back in the 90s, I think.
Yep,
and so
you're right.
Yeah, so I just want to let people know this is
Jimmy Carter. What was the organization under Jimmy Carter?
Oh my goodness, that might have been 90. I don't know. It was in the 90s.
Program. One of his initiatives was code enforcement in the city of Atlanta. I can't remember the program.
Right, but
it was called the Atlanta Project.
Oh, that was 82, 1982. Oh my goodness.
Atlanta Project. But that was
82.
That was the case in point how I was so tired of what I saw in my community that I got involved because I just saw all the blight and the trash, and I'm like, what can we do? Somebody told me about that particular that program with from the Jimmy Carter. I got involved, and it became something that I just really I loved it, and I was determined to figure it out. And it's more from there. when the Atlanta project went away, we brought it over to the city. And anyway, it's a long story, but then eventually we got the Code Enforcement Commission when I became on council. But it's been very successful. So let me stop talking about it. I think there was a motion in a second. But thank you, Ms.
Well, you know, I think it's important for some of our newer council members to know that the Atlanta project was in the old Sears Southeastern Distribution Warehouse, which is the Ponce.
That's right.
The Ponce. I can't even think of the name of the project, but
it's not Ponce City Market.
Right, Ponce City Market. Thank you, Ponce City Market. So, I mean, there have been a lot of iterations in between, you know, it getting, you know, Ponce City Market getting to where it is now. So that building was used for a number of different positive things that help to really keep the community pulled together during, you know, probably some not so good times when the economy was not great, but people came together. And so thank you, Carla Smith, for reminding us, oh my goodness, the Atlanta project. Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay.
All right, so there's a motion and a second. Are there any other questions? If not, we're ready for the vote.
The vote is open, Madam Chair.
Okay, Ms. Winslow, did you second it? Who was that? You the seconder? I can't remember who the seconder was.
I don't remember.
I think it was Ms. Winslow, Madam Chair. Yes.
It was Ms. Winslow.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Boone, how do you vote? Ms. Boone?
Yes.
The vote is yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
The vote is closed at 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable.
Thank you, Ms. Linda. We'll now move to item number 6. We're getting close, guys.
Yes, Madam Chair. That's 21R3441. It's a resolution by Councilmember Joyce M. Shepherd authorizing the establishment of a public safety commission for the purpose of providing an organized and collaborative structure for discussion and the recommendation of best practices regarding emergency and non-emergency public safety policies within the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
So thank you. This is a resolution that I was referencing earlier today, and it's very similar to what I just got to talking about, which is the Code Enforcement Commission, but this would be the Public Safety Commission. And I truly believe that where we are now in terms of public safety and things, you know, when Ms. Winslow was talking earlier, and even me in terms of code enforcement, it was when we talk about code enforcement right now. It took us years before we got to a point where we are in code enforcement. I remember one time Mr. Hillis, even when we talked about the liquor license problem we had in the audit was done, and Mr. Hillis said, this is about as bad as I thought was for code enforcement when they did the audit for code enforcement and the scaling. And so here we are again, I believe, in terms of public safety, where it is really time for us to really do a deep dive and begin to look at all the issues around public safety internally in terms of the city of Atlanta and our department, from, you know, as crime is escalating up and all the things that are going on. In case in point, the last hour or so, we talked about, you know, asking questions about what the department was done, you know, if we need inspectors, what the police are deployed to do, all these different things. One thing I find that the city, in my opinion, doesn't do well is that we don't go deep and dive into it and say, we need to revamp and look at things. Now, I'll be honest with you, there was another piece of legislation that we passed. That was a resolution with Mr. Brown that talked about creating a public safety department where it actually would completely revamp the police department. And I would tell you, it's not the most friendly liking of the administration, but we still are there. That paper is not actually gone away. What I believe that this commission would do is begin to actually augment that paper, also the public safety department, if we begin to look at this, and I've asked for it for 1 year, to begin to do a deep dive in terms of looking at all our internal departments within the police. Starting off, we can talk about the license review board, but there are other parts of our police department that I think that needs to be looked at, and we're not trying to take over anything, but just really comprehensively look at it and begin to have discussions on things that could possibly do to make our police department better. So this public safety commission will do it, and I have the legislation before us, and it's something that if it was approved, it would have appointments from various entities like the mayor's office or her designee. City council president would have a person or her designee, the chair of public safety, legal administration, and 2 additional members of the Atlanta City Council. The interim, well, at that point, it was the interim chief of the Atlanta Police Department and his designee. They will now be chief of police and his if we appoint him, it would be that. The chief judge of the municipal court, the chief of the Atlanta Fire Department, because it also, I believe that even if on the fire, there are some issues that we need to discuss in terms of the fire department. So we actually someone asked to add the fire department under there. Also, the chief of the Atlanta Department of Correction on his designee, because all of these are public safety driven. The director of mayor's office of emergency preparedness on his designee. Now, some of these things, when I'm talking and calling them out, if y'all think, well, this should be in there or shouldn't, y'all let me know, because I'm open to actually having it tweaked also. The director of the mayor's office, especially events for her designee, I'm still trying to figure out if that's really something that should be a designated spot. The city solicitor's office of his designee, the Atlanta Police Public Defender's office of his designee, the city attorney or her designee, the APAP, someone from APAP, Atlanta Planning Advisory Board, someone from Central Atlanta Progress, someone from the Atlanta Police Foundation, a designee from the Atlanta Citizens Review Board, a designee from the Atlanta Police Alternative and Diversion Program, that's PAD, and all remaining council members who shall be non-voting ex officio members. But if y'all, I want to hear what y'all think about it. I also would like to see if y'all want to add anybody or hear your discussion on it. So that's where I am with this. So I'm open for questions.
Move approval.
Oh, that was simple.
Oh.
So there's a motion and a second. Does anybody have any other thoughts around it? Okay. All right, it's a motion and a second. We're ready for the vote.
Madam Chair, was that Ms. Boone who seconded? We could not hear.
Yes.
Was it?
Thank you, Council Member.
Boone, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Boone.
One moment. The vote is open. Everyone, please vote. Ms. Winslow?
Okay, Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All right.
Votes closed. That's 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable.
Okay, thank you all very much. I appreciate that. All right, we'll now move to item number 7. Ms. Lindo, could you sound that, please?
Madam Chair, we do have a substitute, and it does alter the caption, so if I can have a motion to bring the substitute forward.
Motion to bring the substitute forward. Mr. Bond, you want to second that? This is your paper.
Aye.
All right, there's been a motion and a second to bring the substitute forward.
The vote is open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Ms. Boone, how do you vote? Ms. Boone? Ms. Boone, how do you vote? Your name
yes.
is also on the
yes. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Boone. All right.
Votes closed. That's 7 yeas, 0 nays. This item has been substituted. This is a resolution by Council Members Michael Julian Bond, Marcy Collier Overstreet, and Andrea L. Boone, as substituted by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. A resolution authorizing an expansion of the Atlanta Police Department recapture program to re-engage retired Atlanta police officers to be specifically assigned to the Department of Parks and Recreation for the purpose of enhancing the safety of parks and parks facilities, and authorizing the compensation for officers rehired to patrol parks and park facilities to be paid from the Parks Improvement Fund and for other purposes.
Okay, Mr. Bond, would you like to speak to this paper?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, this paper was inspired by the unfortunate incidences at the Cascade Nature Preserve. I want to compliment my colleague, Councilwoman Boone, and Councilperson Overstreet for their quick reaction. And as you know, this committee considered and passed legislation to put cameras there in the Cascade Nature Reserve with many of the groups of walkers that gather there in the morning, specifically. I don't want to, I say seasoned women that walk there on a regular basis were being victimized by crime. And so, of course, the Cascade Nature Preserve, unfortunately, is not the only park or park facility that use police coverage. And so this is a way bringing police officers back specifically to patrol our park facilities and park grounds to help make them more secure for our using public. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, and we can get a second in a minute, but I do have a couple of questions and comments, Mr. Bond.
I've signed up too.
Okay. Is that Ms. Smith?
Yes, I pushed my speaker button.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see it. All right. So we can go ahead and take the questions, and then if we want to come back for a second. Ms. Smith, go ahead.
Councilmember Bond, this idea is great. As a matter of fact, I've done this in, at one point I had an ambassador program in Grant Park where I raised private money from the neighborhood association and business owners, and we had, especially during the summer months, we had an APD officer during chosen hours, if you will, to help the neighborhood keep the park under control. And so my question is, because I think I heard that this is coming out of parks money, where are you getting the money to pay the police officers? Because they make over $40 an hour and it gets really expensive.
Well, thank you for the question. The money comes from the Park Improvement, which comes at a clip of somewhere between $12 million a year. 10% of those funds collected can be used for this purpose. And to the point that you made about selected hours of enforcement, this is anticipated to provide 24-hour security at our parks, but just probably at peak times where you have, just like what happened at Cascade, the Nature Preserve, where you have people using the trails at a particular times in the morning. I believe most of the breaks probably happen between 9 and 11. As an example, you would have a police officer there for a couple of hours just to make sure that during the peak usage time that folks' motor vehicles are protected, that there are other extra eyes, particularly an example of the Nature Preserve because it's so vast and the path is so windy that cameras can't reach every vantage point to be monitored. And such in the same way as, it might be at the MLK Recreation Center or any other facility where security issues have been raised, that you would just put an officer there for a few hours a day or at peak times where they've been susceptible to robbery and crime.
Okay, well, I'm going to say that park design money is earmarked for park improvements, and that is if we start spending that money, that's where playgrounds come in, sidewalks. You talked about the meandering pathway there. We wouldn't have the path if we didn't have park design money. I mean, I don't know exactly about the one that you're talking. Y'all might have raised the money for that particular path, but our ADA access with sidewalks, paths, all renovations, in the indoor buildings, any renovations, even inside buildings, all come out of the park improvement money or the park design money, and the.
If you give me a chance, I'm going to give you a legal opinion too. But you're on point. But if you, that was what I.
Okay, well, here is your chance. But I'm gonna undo my speaker button, but I may push it again. Okay, because we always steal money from parks. We need to be taking this money from the police or somewhere else. We always take the money from Parks Department, and we just can't do it even this time.
Well,
okay, Joyce, go ahead.
I'd like to respond.
Wait a minute before you respond. Hold tight. I want to give a point of clarity, and maybe I should have started from the beginning. Commissioner Doggle is ringing my phone right now. He's listening. So, and we're going to also have Ms. Robinson coming in on this. First of all, the city law, and Ms. Robinson can validate this, you cannot take money from Parks Department for public safety. The only place that it can be done very specifically, which is already being done, is at the city facilities like the recreation center. That's the only place that the police department at this point is allowed to actually put money in for policing, but not in parks. So, Ms. Robinson, I want you to come forth and talk about that. But there is another way that this could possibly be done. But I want you to, number one is to let that be known. And if Commissioner Dargo needs to come in, y'all can let him into the room. But I think we're going to be able to resolve this because he called me earlier and asked me to file the papers. I talked to Ms. Robinson. And Michael, I tried to reach out to you, but we've been in the middle of the meeting, but I've been trying to let you know what Robinson, because you look at your text, I said, Michael called me. The bottom line is, Ms. Robinson, can you come forth and talk about the specifics of this?
Yes. Good afternoon again. Thank you all. So in the city charter, at section 6-101B, it provides for what we know as the Park Improvement Fund, the collection of the taxes in order to, or the assessment in order to provide for the Park Improvement Fund. That charter section states forth that 90% of the money in the Park Improvement Fund has to be exclusively for permanent improvements to the zoo, golf courses, recreational, and other park facilities of the city, and 10% of the funds can be for park facility maintenance, repair, replenishment, enhancement, and the purchase of equipment. So only 10% of the entire pot could possibly be for APD salaries, and then from that 10%, only work done by APD, be it recaptured or not, to enhance the park facilities, which, as Council Member Shepherd noted, are like rec centers and other park facilities, through the provision of public safety services or police services can be used. So if an officer is patrolling a rec center, those hours worked could be paid out of the Park Improvement Fund from the 10% that is available. If the officer patrols a park generally, various paths, the Cascade Nature Preserve, Piedmont Park, or what have you, that activity cannot be paid from the Park Improvement Fund pursuant to the charter. That activity would have to be paid from the general fund. And the substitute that is before this committee addresses that and clarifies that only the activities by these officers to enhance the park facilities through the provision of police services could be paid out from the park improvement fund.
And so, as a matter of fact, thank you, Ms. Robinson. As a matter of fact, Mr. Bond, if you look at the now therefore be resolved by the city on this substitute, it says, now therefore be resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta that the Atlanta Police Department is hereby authorized to expand the recapture program to engage with prior APD police officers who may be specifically assigned to patrol parks and parks facilities. Now, that means that the money, as Ms. Robinson said, we could possibly do that, but we would have to, number one, go through not the Parks Department, but through the Atlanta Police Department, and which we need to interact with them. And actually, the budget hearing is coming up. I don't know if we want, Ms. Robinson said general funds. I don't know if that's something we want to contemplate for budget improvement. I mean, the budget, amendment or something, but it could not go through the Parks Department. That's where we are.
Can I make a substitute motion?
Well, let me hold tight. Mr. Hill is trying to speak, Ms. Smith, and I'm going to let him speak, and then I'll come back to you. Mr. Hillis.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Shepherd. Just wanted to say that, in general, I'm supportive of this paper and certainly its intention because something absolutely has to be done. Historically, the city likes to plan lots of trails and parks. District 9 is soon to be home to the largest park in the city of Atlanta, but does absolutely no planning, for example, using Westside Park around that park, whether it be house planning, transportation planning, or, as in this case, public safety planning. I have multiple trails in my district. There's one trail where there's been someone exposing themselves and chasing women, and I have to call get special units to patrol the trail because there's no regular patrols on that trail, the Proctor Creek Trail. Of course, the West Side Park that I was speaking of is not open yet, but I've heard of no plans to increase either Zone 1's allotment of officers to regularly patrol Atlanta's largest park, or any plans, to institute perhaps a parks patrol unit in APD. So, but I do understand the need for a budget discussion, and maybe if this passes out of committee, that will prompt someone to actually have a discussion about that. But it's discussion that needs to happen, whether this comes out of parks improvement funds, the 10% that's allowed, or if we amend the budget to give some more money to APD to set up a park patrol fund or something like that. But absolutely on board with something has to be done to improve the public safety and the patrols in our parks. So just wanted to add my 2 cents. Thank you.
I'm going to Ms. Smith, and then I'm going to come back to Mr. Bond.
Well, I was just going to make a substitute motion to file.
Can I ask Mr. Bond to speak before we make a motion to file?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was going to do, but let's let him weigh in, because I don't mean to kill your paper, Michael, but he cannot use park improvement fund money for this.
But we've already determined that, so that's not going to happen, Carla. So that's not going to happen, period, because of the fact that the charter says we can't.
So we cannot, and we cannot, and we cannot. So.
But that paper now doesn't say to take it from there. That was the substitute. So that's something different. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to respond, I mean, there are salaries being paid out of that 10% of the Park Improvement Fund as we speak. They're in the Parks and Recreation Department. So there are salaries coming out of those funds. Secondly, this is a resolution. It is a position paper that this is our will, that some portion of compensation be given to those in the recapture program to be assigned to park facilities to augment the security needs. And that seems to be generally supported, if I'm navigating the comments of the committee correctly. Whether or not it is a direction toward parks and recreation or police, that's remedied by an amendment. Allocation of funds, as we all know, and how they're spent has to be done by ordinance. And so an ordinance would have to be introduced to say, hey, this amount of portion comes from Park Improvement Fund, and this amount of portion of compensation have to come from general fund. A resolution cannot do that. What we're saying here today is that the will of the council is that our parks be made more secure. And that's it. The Park Improvement Fund, I have a lot of experience with the Park Improvement Fund and what its uses are. And so I fully understand the concerns of Ms. Smith, but in introducing this legislation, I'm not treading upon what can be used for our parks or not. There have been many creative uses for our Park Improvement Fund that have augmented, the parks facilities and trails. One of the proudest things, and I'm glad that I've been given this opportunity to speak, so I get to invoke Councilmember C.T. Martin. Back in the 90s, when I was attempting to build the Washington Park Natatorium, which had no funding, and C.T. Martin was attempting to build the Adamsville Recreation Center that now bears his name, which also had no funding. We were headed for a collision on council, but it was the usage of the Park Improvement Fund that got not only those two facilities built, but two others around the city. And so we were able to use the fund to the benefit of our citizens. We built 4 facilities in the city. Both, the C.T. Martin was not a C.T. Martin Recreation Center being the most expensive one, at no additional cost to the taxpayers. So I share the concern and about preserving the Park Improvement Fund for our facilities, but I also recognize that there's a substantial amount of crime that takes place in our city-owned parks and recreation centers. And so whether or not...
Please mute your phone if you're not talking. If you're not talking, mute your phone.
So...
Not you, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There needs to be stepped-up security at our parks, and this is a way to do so that doesn't impact our general fund too much. The funds are there. The officers do not need to be there 24 hours a day. They need to be there at peak usage times, which will prevent, a large expenditure of funds. And then again, what has also been pointed out during this debate, they don't necessarily have to be everywhere in our parks, so they should be. There should be a way worked out that we have, particularly if we're going to continue to build trails, if we're going to continue to build, biking routes and all of this in the city, there needs to be a consideration for heightened security for those, not just our citizens, but those who come from around the region to use those facilities so that they could be made more safe. I would hope that we would not support a motion to file. I feel that would be an extreme action to take, given that there are already so many solutions to improve the legislation that is before you. And so I would hope that we would support it. If it needs to be amended to say the Atlanta Police Department as opposed to the Parks and Recreation Department, I can do that with a scrivener's note as the author via friendly amendment. If I'm required to make an amendment that I don't think is necessary, I will do that also, if that will allay the fears for this legislation. But this would be a nominal cost to make sure that our residents have peace of mind. it doesn't do us any good to have beautiful parks and trails and have them lurking with insecurity and danger, and we don't address it. You know, this is a step towards addressing it. So I hope that we would continue with the motion to support.
Chairperson Shepherd, can I make the motion or can I make a motion to amend? Maybe, Mr. Bond, you said with a friendly amendment, we just completely take anything referencing the park improvement fund completely out of this legislation, and then I'll be really happy.
But there is nothing in here about park improvement funds. That's my point. Ms. Robinson, would you go back over the resolution? That has already been done. That's what the substitute talked about. Ms. Robinson, am I correct? Could you make sure that there's nothing about park funding in this resolution?
No, that's not. I'm sorry. That's and I apologize for being unclear. What the substitute does is makes it clear that only work done by the officers to enhance park facilities, which, as you stated, are like rec centers, things like that, through the provision of public safety services, can be paid from the Park Improvement Fund. So it allows for the payment of certain enhancing services to the park facilities only by police officers pursuant to this legislation to be paid from the Park Improvement Fund, with all other services given to the parks in general by these police officers to be paid from the general fund.
Ms. Robinson, that doesn't state that in the substitute. What you just said in terms of the general fund, that's not. I don't see that anywhere in this substitute.
You're correct. I'm sorry. It doesn't say the general fund. The default is the general fund. It sets forth that the only use of the Park Improvement Fund can be for the enhancement of the park facilities.
Oh, well, then I agree with Ms. Smith. We need to clarify that to make sure that there's a separation, that is clearly defined, that the only park improvements would be that, and that if this is resolution that was contemplated, it would then come from the general funds and actually as a budget of the Atlanta Police Department. Now, how do we substitute that? Can you substitute that? Can you amend that?
Ms. Lindo, can you send the substitute to the top of my email, please?
Will do. And if you want to dictate, I have the Word version in front of me. I can mark it up and send it to you. But whatever is your desire.
You can make sure that the words Park Improvement Fund, Park Design money, I want to make sure that none of that wording is in this substitute.
Well,
General fund, but not the words Park Design or Park Improvement.
Well, that would be something that I would not accept, because part of this is to make sure that these in the recapture program who are brought back specifically for parks. Okay, and specifically for our park facilities, and it doesn't use, as often has been stated, as it is set forth in our charter, only 10% of the total amount that is brought in by the Park Improvement Fund can be used for this purpose. So that means if it's $12 million that comes in, that's a round figure. And I'm not being specific because I don't know specifically. I'm using that for an example. That means that there is $1.2 million that can be used for this and those other purposes stated within that 10%. So this will not have a negative effect on park improvement, park design, park maintenance, et cetera, et cetera. There are already salaries coming out of that 10% and have been for years that are within the Parks and Recreation Department. And they're not, and you know, when I first got on council in 94, that was not the case. So over the years, there has been a movement to take or to pay those type of wages for work that's not specific for facilities maintenance or improvement. So I would not support saying that, you know, none of the park improvement money, because I wouldn't want recaptured officers for the general fund being rehired and then potentially assigned someplace else when we need them in our park facilities to help keep the park safe. That's the whole point of the legislation.
All right. Well, you know,
let me know when I can talk.
Go ahead, Miss Smith.
All right. I'm fixing to look at the substitute, but I just.
Ms. Smith, I will tell you, you're absolutely correct. Because it does in the first paragraph, it does say the compensation for the officers who are hired to patrol parks and facilities to be paid from the park improvement fund and for other purposes. So you're right about that.
Yeah, and the park improvement the park design department, they have employees that this is where their salaries are coming out of. And we have like landscape architects and project managers and all these different people that oversee the park design process and improvement, such as like when a sidewalk is placed, or we've got people that are experts in the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Access, to make sure that it's a certain grade percentage, and they also oversee all of the improvements. So there's a bunch of employees, and yes, I wish they doubled as police officers too, but we need to make sure that their salaries are safe so that we can continue to get the projects that we do get. So I'm not going to support this unless we remove the funding words of the Parks Design or Park Improvement Fund.
Mr. Bond, I'm going to have to say that I would probably say the same thing with Smith. I support what you're doing, where you're trying to go with this, but I don't support taking it from the Parks Department. So I'm not going to be able to support that. Mr. Hillings, are you finished speaking? Did you have anything else you want to say? I mean, for me, Mr. Bond, what I would do is look at the general fund, but I would not be looking at doing it from the Parks Department at all. So, Mr. Kuroki, I see that you just put your hand up. Mr. Kuroki.
Yeah, I'll just be brief. I'm sitting here listening and thinking through it. I think we all agree with Councilmember Bond and the intent of it. So I find myself agreeing with Councilmember Smith on the use of the Parks Improvement Fund. I mean, I would encourage Councilmember Bond, now is the right time to be working on the general fund as we approach budget season. And to me, any sort of police funding, public safety funding needs to be out of the general fund. And I think there's probably an opportunity to do so now, given the climate and kind of the political urgency that most of us share on tying things up. I'd also, as you get into this, try and get from APD a sense of, how much park space really needs additional policing. I mean, there's some park space that's already well policed now, just by nature of how it's situated and where patrols are. There's others that, as folks have mentioned, are more secluded paths or kind of much bigger parks that may not have good line of sight to public safety officers or cameras. But my opinion is it should be out of the general fund and the APD budget, and we should probably find a way to work that in this budget cycle, because I agree it's a needed shift and additional resource shift, but to take it from the Parks Department and the Parks Improvement Fund, I think would be a mistake on our part.
I support what you just said, Mr. Kuroki. So I don't know where you are, Mr. Bond, at this point. We can actually, so the last motion was to approve it. We made a motion to file. I can't support that either, because I think it's a good idea, Mr. So I'm not going to support a motion to file. But I agree with where what Mr. Kuroki just said. I pretty much said the same thing. So, Mr. Bond, I don't know where you are. You're saying that you will not take that off. It's your paper. It's you, Ms. Boone, and Ms. Overstreet's paper. So, Mr. Bond, where are you? That's going to determine how I'm going to vote.
I don't respectfully, I don't agree with the notion that the salaries for something that is specifically targeted towards parks shouldn't come from the parks budget. Something that will be pigeonholed right in parks, bailiwick, for the benefit of the facilities in parks, to the benefit of those who use the parks, shouldn't come from the parks budget. I mean, I'm very well aware of who gets paid out of the park improvement fund. I'm very, very much aware of it. But you know what? An architect in the parking lot at Washington Park is not going to stop you from getting robbed. It's not going to help you. You know, it didn't help these gracious ladies out on Cascade Road, which is one of the busiest streets, high traffic streets in our city. The parking lot there, less than 50 feet from the street. It didn't stop them from being victimized literally on a daily basis, having their cars victimized. Having a police officer there would make a difference. And specifically assigned, you know, so they're not called out by 911 to go anywhere else. They're not, you know, having to do liquor inspections of restaurants or any other duty, that they would have a specific duty tied to parks, you know, all the time for the time that they're there. You know, but having said that, you know, I can count votes too. And so it seems like that the motion to approve, though it should be approved, but probably at best might end up in a tie. So, I'm disappointed by what I've heard. I'm really disappointed by the position of the administration and the hypocrisy of it. But I'll go ahead with my motion to approve and see where it goes. And if it doesn't prevail, I'd like to make another motion, Madam Chair, after that. I'd like to be recognized after that if it's not successful.
Okay, we're going to let Mr. Hiller speak, and then we'll ask for a second, and then we're going to move forward. Mr. Hiller.
Thank you, Chairwoman Shepherd. Again, I just wanted to reiterate, I'm supportive of this legislation in general. I do understand the concerns of others, but as Councilman Bond pointed out, this is a resolution. It's not like we're going to pass this in 2 weeks. All this money is going to go to hiring police officers. It just reiterates our concerns, I think, which we all share. We have different solutions to resolving them, but again, we have to think a little more holistically about parks acquisitions and managing our parks. Now, I'm a huge park supporter. There's legislation in CDHS committee this week that's going to obtain even more parkland in District 9. However, we've got to get in a better posture of ensuring that our parks are safe, whether it's public safety, whether, you know, are we obtaining parkland that, you know, people are going to have a safe pedestrian access to, things like that. So I'm just hopeful that in general, our departments will stop living in their own silos and think of all the other things that need to come along with parks acquisitions and making sure that people can have a fun and safe time in all of our parkland, our green spaces, and our trails. So, but I do hope this, whatever happens with this paper, I do hope that this conversation carries over to the budget discussion, and hopefully we can get to a solution that we hopefully we'll all agree to during conversations about the budget, whether it's when we're talking to parks or when we're talking to the Atlanta Police Department. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hillis. Is there a second to Mr. Bond's paper?
I'll second Hillis.
There's a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Bond, a second by Mr. Hillis. Ms. Lindo, we're ready for the vote.
The vote is open, Madam Chair.
Winslow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Is that you, Ms. Winslow? Did I hear you say yes? Ms. Winslow?
Boone, yes.
Oh, Boone, yes. Okay. Ms. Winslow? Ms. Winslow? All right, so we have Ms. Winslow is not available. All right. Does that complete our vote?
That's no, that's 3 yeas, 2 nays. That item, was that a motion
and one abstain?
One abstention.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The motion passes, Madam Chair. The motion passes.
Okay. That's
Madam
fine.
Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to speak to my vote.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given the concerns that other members of the committee have raised, I pledge to you all today that I will get with Commissioner Dargle and the Chief Bryant to work out the concerns that you raised, hopefully before Monday, to see if we can address them, because this shouldn't be a divisive issue. So if anyone would like to be a part of those conversations, please let me know. And thank you to those who did vote to support.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now moving on to item number 8, I believe, Ms. Linda. We're real close, guys.
This is Resolution 21R 3486. It's a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the mayor or a designee to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the City of South Fulton, Georgia, on behalf of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, authorizing the City of South Fulton to provide fire prevention, fire suppression, emergency medical, hazardous material, technical rescue, and support assistance in specific areas within the boundaries of the City of Atlanta for a term of 1 year in an amount not to exceed $680,000, $22.22, which shall be remitted to the City of South Fulton in 2 biannual payments. All payments shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purpose.
All right. Mr. Hillis, are you raising your hand on this one?
Yes, Chairwoman Shepherd.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to hear from the police chief, or excuse me, the fire chief, if he is still with us, as to what the long-range plan is for this area, and if we have a fire station and the work that will cover this area.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I am still here. As it relates to the question from Councilman Hillis, yes, there's a long-range plan. We have land that we have purchased at the corner of Campbellton and County Line Road, and there is a future fire station in the works to go in that location. So this is an immediate to address the annexed areas in that space until we can get that station constructed.
What is currently the projection for that construction to begin?
I do not have a timeline for that construction. However, that station is number 3 currently on our timeline, behind Station 22 and Station 36. I am looking to see if I can move that station up in the timeline in front of Station 36 as we speak.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hillis. Any other questions? Is there a motion? Motion to approve by Shepherd. Is there a second?
Second.
Boone. All right, this is a second by Boone. Ms. Window, we're ready for the vote.
The vote is open, Madam Chair.
All right. Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? Okay. That completes our votes. Let me know the count, Ms. Lindo.
Votes closed. At 6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable.
All right, thank you. We're now to item number 9. Ms. Lindo, could you sound that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's 21R 3487. That's a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the mayor to apply for and accept a grant from the Governor's Office of Highway Safety in an amount not to exceed $200,000 to participate in a multi-jurisdictional DUI task force intended to reduce fatalities in the metropolitan Atlanta area and for other purposes.
Questions? Any questions? Motion to approve.
I'll second. I'll have a question as well. Councilmember Shepherd.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Did you have a question?
Yes, I seconded it, and I also have a question.
All right. So is there anybody here from the police department who can speak to Mr. Hiller's question, or do you want to go ahead and ask your question? Who knows? Maybe somebody.
Yes, we have anyone on from APD is just wondering which units of APD this goes to for enforcement.
Good evening, Chairwoman Shepherd. This is Deputy Chief Sherbaum. I can answer that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hill, will be going to our DUI enforcement efforts. That money will be applied to the 2 officers and the operation upkeep of 2 of the officers and the operation upkeep of the vehicles in that unit.
Okay, but so that funds 2 officers. How big is the total unit?
Give me 1 second and I'll get the complete number of the heat unit for you. Councilmember Hill, I'm showing potentially 7, but we're trying to verify that for you to make sure we give you a definite number. It may take us a couple minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Deputy Chief.
So while we're waiting on that, Mr. Paroki, I believe you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Deputy Chief Sherbaum if you could just explain, both for my edification and the public's edification, what the HEAT unit does. I assume HEAT is an acronym, but is it only DUI enforcement? What else do they do?
Councilor Ferg, I believe it's a highway safety initiative. The primary focus is on DUIs. However, aggressive driving may be part of that mission as well. And it's generally a statewide initiative to curtail DUIs on the highway.
Good. Thank you. And if no one has done so, motion to approve.
I believe there was a motion. We're waiting. I made the motion, and Mr. Hiller's the second.
Yeah, we can move along, Chairwoman Shepherd. That's not going to. I don't think it's going to decide any votes. But just out of curiosity, I asked that question. So I can get a response from the Deputy Chief whenever he gets it. We don't have to wait.
Okay.
One moment.
All right.
One moment, Madam Chair. The vote is open.
All right. Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Broom, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow? Okay. I think the votes are closed, Ms. Lindo.
The vote is closed at 6 yeas, 0 nays, Madam Chair. That item is favorable.
Okay. We're now the health items. I think the only health item was already pulled out for December 25. So is that correct, Ms. Lindo?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
So we have nothing else before us today.
That's correct. So, that completes our legislative items.
All right. So we're now ready for adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
And I make it motion to adjourn, Smith.
Second, Hillis.
All right. All in favor say aye. Press the button.
Aye. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you all. Have a good evening.